Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the regular council meeting for Monday, August 13th, 2018. The clerk this evening is Ms. Sheila Gurry. I'd like to call the meeting to order. I want to first recognize that this meeting is being held on the traditional territory of the Nanaimo First Nations people. So anyone wishing to ask questions at the end of the meeting, there is a question period, there is a question sign-up sheet. It's over behind the clerk, and you just need to put down your name and the subject item that you wish to address. Ms. Curry, any late items?
Thank you, Worship. On the addendum this evening, we are adding for agenda item 6A, a presentation from Mr. Dale Lindsay, Director of Community Development, regarding the mid-year Community Development Review. For agenda item 10B, Cannabis Zoning Regulation, we're replacing attachment A with the attachment version to correct the expected date for the Federal Cannabis Act, Bill C-45. We're replacing Zoning Amendment Bylaw 2018, number 4500.127 with the attached version. And I believe that attached version has also been updated again. The wrong version was on the amended agenda, so the correct version is in front of you this evening, and there is copies available as well. There's very minor changes. The errors were just really insignificant, but the correct version is in front of you. And we are also adding the following delegation: Cliff Wiltshire and Leo Therian from Northgate Liquor Store. And for agenda item 10M, development permit number DP1058 and development variance permit number DVP3117 for 3715 Lagoon Road, we're replacing attachments D, E, and F. And also, Your Worship, before any additional items that Council may wish to add, I would just like to take this opportunity, as it's the first regularly scheduled Council meeting since Mr. Rudolph has started, to introduce him to, on behalf of staff and Council, introduce him to the City of Nanaimo, and we welcome him. He is the successful interim CAO, and we all look forward to working with him and welcome him here to Nanaimo. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other late items, Council? Councillor Hong.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to add Kevin Shaw, if I could, as a quick presentation before Mr. Lindsay, if possible.
Okay, is there a seconder?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Councillor Hong, or I'm sorry, Councillor Yoakum. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Can I have a motion for the adoption of the agenda as amended, please?
Second.
Moved by Councillor Bestwick. Seconded by, Councillor Hong. Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. So, next item is a motion for the adoption of the minutes for July 5th, July 9, July 13, July 23. I can take them as a single package.
As individual?
Move them as a single package.
As a single package, I'll move the adoption of the minutes A, B, C, and D.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Fuller. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next one is presentations. And the first one is from Mr. Lindsay concerning the Community Development Mid-Year Review. Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you, Your Worship. Normally I'm before you usually about February to talk about the year in review and what we've seen in the last year. we thought it'd be worthwhile coming forward and sort of giving you an update on the midpoint of 2018 and what we're seeing. So I don't have the normal sort of full proposal or presentation that I would do for you in the early part of the year, but I'm highlighting more the building permit subdivision stats, but just to give you a sense of where we are and where we project to be as we look towards the end of 2018. So I'm going to go through a number of stats, but it's important to note that they were the mid-year stats, and the information I'm presenting is in that specific period of time at the end of June. So there has been changes to these numbers, and of course they'll continue to change as we move towards the end of the year. Starting off with active business license, we had over 400 new business license applications to the city, and you can see 2016 and 2017, those are the comparative. Now those are for the entire year of 2016 and 2017 of how many new business licenses were received. That's in addition to the approximate 6,000 renewals for existing businesses in the community. So again, we're on pace to meet our 2017 in terms of new licenses. In terms of overall revenue, in 2017, we just over $1 million, $1.06 million in business license revenue. And to date in 2018, that number is 1.09. Now, don't forget, we take all of the revenue for business licenses comes in the first part of the year when we send out requests for renewal. So don't expect that 1.09 number to double by the end of the year. It will go up, but it will only go up by the amount of new applications that we receive. The next slide is looking at building permit stats. And one of the questions we often get is how many new units are we adding and how many of those are single family? So the first chart in the top left shows the number of new single family permits in the first 6 months of 2018, and that's 157. What I would note is 89 of those are containing secondary suites, and that's about 57%. So that's slightly above the 52% that we've seen over the last decade when you look long term since suites have been legalized. But again, just around that 60% number are including secondary suites. Overall, 511 new residential units of all types. The other measure we often look at is construction value. On the chart on the top right is the construction value, and we've pulled out here for residential only because it is a significant number this year. We're at $104 million in the first half of the year. And that is, you can see by the chart, that is an increase when you look at the previous 6 months of the last number of years. And it is a substantial portion of the overall construction value that we're seeing in the community. So the chart on the bottom right looks at total construction value, which is the yellow line. You can see the majority of that is our residential, just over $100 million, followed by commercial and industrial. And that's a similar pattern you can see that we've seen for the last decade. So we are on pace to meet, or I think actually exceed, where we were last year. If council remembers, we've had 4 years in a row now where we've had construction value of over $200 million. We're certainly on pace to be over $200 million, if not be possibly the highest year on record. And the reason I say that is construction value measures the permits that have gone out the door as of June 30th. And as you'll see in the presentation this evening, there's a number of substantial applications that are before staff right now that have high construction values that once issued, we'll see that number increase. And all projections at this point are to be certainly north of that $200 million mark by the end of the year. Subdivision activity in the community. This is again looking at the first 6 months of the year compared to the same period of time in 2016 and 2017. There's 17 new PLAs issued in the first half of the year. We've renewed 25 PLAs, but a total of 17 final subdivision approvals. And most importantly, that results in about 139 new lots in the community with about 1.65 hectares of park dedication and $132,000 in cash and lieu. And to give you some comparatives, in 2017, there was 227 new lots. And I would note that although we have here 100 that were actually approved in the first half, I know there was a number of properties that came on and got final approval just within the last few weeks, and that number is almost double. It's closer to 200 lots because of those more recent subdivision approvals. So again, we're looking for a strong year for subdivision. Are, as I mentioned, 1.65 hectares of park. That's compared to 2.1 hectares that we took in all of 2017. And the $132,000 in cash in lieu we're on track to be approximately the same amount that we saw in 2017, which is just over 200,000. Next slide is looking at our development permit and rezoning activities. When you look at the average, which is over the last number of years, we're down slightly. We have 22 new development permit applications, 59 active, 26 that were approved in the first half of the year. And we're going to run through some of those, but certainly a number of those applications, although the numbers are down, I would say the applications we have received are quite substantial and are what we would deem significant projects in the community. Rezoning applications, there's a total of 6 new applications received. There's been 2 that have been approved in the first half of the year at 18, which remain ongoing. Some of the questions I get are around what are the current processing times, and this is a number that we reported to you in January when we were looking at 2017, but in terms of where we are at the midpoint of 2018, our processing for single-family dwelling for a building permit is sitting at 5 weeks. Our multifamily commercial industrial permits at 9 weeks, and I should comment on that, in that when we measure that, that is all types of multifamily commercial industrial, so that could include very small building permits up to the more complex building permits. And in many of the examples I'll show you here in a minute, we would categorize those as complex buildings, and they are certainly at a much longer time frame than 9 weeks. We have permits for complex buildings probably running more in the range of 5 months at this point. Rezoning applications, our target's 32 weeks, and we're sitting at 37 weeks for the first half of 2018. Development permits are running, for form and character development permits are at 25 weeks, and our development variance permit are running very close to our target at just 7 weeks. PLAs for subdivision applications are up at about 13.5 weeks for the first half of 2018. And normally I would walk through and give you a map showing where we've had all the single-family development in the community, and I'm not going to do that this evening, other than I will say it's continued to look at the pattern is being continued of what we've seen in the last few years, which is sort of this single-family from one end of the community to the other. But what I did want to spend a little bit of time on was talking about sort of major projects and some of the ones that have come before council in the last 6 months, and some of the ones that are currently in front of staff for building permit applications. And these are the general locations, and I'm sorry, it may be hard to read, but the blue is rezoning applications, the green on the slide is development permits, and red are where we have building permit activity. And you can see it spread throughout the community, but a lot of significant projects focused around our urban nodes and our town centers. Some of the applications, and this, Your Worship, I need to be clear, this is not all applications. We've selected out some of the most significant applications that are before us or have been before council in the last 6 months. You have one application for rezoning that's worth noting, and it's an application that's actually on your agenda this evening for consideration of first and second reading, and that's a rezoning for development of a 109-unit residential building with 24-story building of mixed use in our downtown core. Address of 64 and 77 Chapel Street. Other development permits that remain in stream, and council will recognize this property because it was received rezoning earlier this year. This is a project that's funded partially through BC Housing, and it's proposed for a supportive housing on Rose Hill Street. We have development permits in stream for warehouse buildings in Green Rock. Applications in stream for more purpose-built apartment buildings, this one at 65 Pride for 48 unit development. That's, if people are wondering, that's right in behind the 7-Eleven on Bowen Road. The Barsby property, this shows it being in stream as of June 30th, but if council recalls, you actually approved this at your meeting in July, so this is a development permit that's now been approved for 90 units on a piece of property in our downtown, which has remained vacant for a number of years. In-stream development permit, again, this one's also was approved in July, and it does also include some money from BC Housing, and this, sorry, the slide says 82, it's actually 28. I'll get our numbers mixed up there, but 28 units, mixed affordable housing on 3425 Uplands Drive. We have the large development at the old works yard on 3rd Street, and there's activity and roadworks that are underway there as we speak. We had the development permit was in stream, but majority of that has been approved subsequently, and we do actually have building permit activity, which we'll talk about a little bit more on this project. But overall, it's a development, mixed-use development with both apartments and student housing, along with townhouses. Property in Departure Bay, which council approved the development permit on for 12 units, 3-story building down in the core of Departure Bay. Additional development permit for a commercial pad building at Country Club Mall. Now we move into building permits. Certainly some significant building permit activity. This is a building permit application that's noted as being in stream, but the permit's actually been issued and the construction's underway. This is for the building, the property which I describe as being right across from the Home Depot site on Metro Drive. So currently under construction for 98 units of a mixed-story, 5-story building. Building permit applications in stream for 2020 Estevan, and this is also a project that's supported through BC Housing for 74 units and a new church within a mixed-use building. This is one building of a project that contains three similar buildings for a total of 151 residential units, 6975 Island Highway, which is right behind the Michaels properties, or the last property before you leave Nanaimo in the north end. Again, bringing more residential development into our Woodgrove Town Centre. A significant building permit application in Buttertubs Drive, and again, this is a BC Housing funded project for 159-unit seniors facility. The project is working towards the issuance of a building permit. Building permits in stream, Prideaux Street, 57 units of seniors housing. This is down at the north end of Prideaux, just now near the river and not too far from the property we saw at 20 Barsby just earlier. I'm sorry, I should mention, if I didn't mention, that's also a BC Housing funded project. Building permits in stream, 867 Bruce Avenue. So this is a property that's being redeveloped with the new grocery store. Mixed-use development includes office, and now this being the 3rd phase, which is residential on that site. So an exciting development in the heart of Harewood. Of course, on 100 Gordon Street, we have an in-stream building permit application for what is currently a 155-unit, 9-story hotel. Likewise, in-stream application for a hotel on 15 Front Street. This is for 89 units. 1515 Dufferin Crescent, building permit in stream for a 5-story medical building. This is on the vacant lot right opposite the hospital. Building permit for Uplands Drive. This again was a purpose-built residential, 59-unit residential building. This application, it's noted as in stream, but the permit's actually been issued and there's construction that's actually commenced on that subject property. We do have other industrial projects, and this is an example of one on Boxwood Road for a 2-story commercial warehouse. Building permit in stream for another hotel project in the downtown core on Selby Street for a 45-unit hotel. An industrial project on Dufferin Crescent, which is in stream. And this is getting back to the project I was mentioned earlier on 3rd Street, the large comprehensive development of the former Highway Works Yard, and we do have building permits in stream and very close to being issued for the next phase, which this is the 22 units with commercial on the ground floor. Additional industrial at the north end of Boxwood Industrial Park. Building permit that's, and if people are familiar with the site, right opposite the old Harewood Mall is a commercial center. Building permit's about to be issued. There's certainly site activity that's going on there today if you go by that property. Dublin Way, this is an active development permit that was issued in the first half of the year, and this building, I think the last time I went by the site, it's probably framed about halfway up. I think they're on the 2nd floor, but a total of 60-unit, 5-story apartment building. Of course, the Lazy Boy building is well under construction. That's on Uplands Drive. 847 Bruce. This is we saw the earlier image that had the residential component. This is the commercial component with 3 commercial retail units. Project that's under construction currently on Victoria Road. It's currently at framing stage for adding 7 new units in one of our older established neighborhoods. And another project which is currently under construction in the heart of our downtown, which is 91 Chapel Street, which as many people would know is the site of the old movie theater. This is for a 61-unit strata development with mixed use. Again, on 3rd Street, we have building permits in for the townhouse portions, for the 8 residential units. Your Worship, that's my final slide. So again, just a sampling of the development activity, but certainly what I would describe as significant amounts of applications that we've seen come in the first 6 months, and staff are working diligently to their very best to try to process those applications.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Hong.
Thank you, Mr. Lindsay, for the update. It's amazing that how much building we're getting into, and that's great for jobs for the community. On that retrospect, with regards to the processing times, how do developers and potential developers, speed this process up? 25 weeks for a development permit, and then having a building permit with 9 weeks, in their world is a long, long time to wait. If they're ready to go, and if we don't want to lose the money and we want it in our community, what can we do to make this process go faster?
So I think, Your Worship, I have to start that answer with a little bit of the context, of course, that where we are right now in terms of significant volumes. We are having, and I don't want to sound like I'm making excuses, but we do have some significant staffing vacancies right now, which we're desperately trying to fill. Even if we were to fill those tomorrow, we do have a volume of which is not allowing us to meet our targets when it comes to meeting our deadlines. We are working with each application individually. We are working with developers separately to make sure that our process is as clear and as smooth as possible. And I think that's, in my mind, that's an iterative process. It's never one that's going to be complete. So we're always looking for ways of making improvements. We're investigating opportunities that some other municipalities have done, including those in the Lower Mainland, have looking at what's called requiring a certified professional. So basically there's a higher level of review that's done by consultants. It's making sure that when applications come in the door, that somebody's actually gone through them and made sure that they comply with code, so that our staff are not finding the number of issues that we are today with a number of applications. So those discussions are ongoing, and we may be coming back to council with some recommendations on those. What I would say is we had a significant blip there in terms of building permit activity. I would expect that that's going to continue. So one of the things that we may also be talking to council about at some point in the future is our actual staffing levels, which we have not changed in well over a decade.
Great, thank you. Look forward to that conversation.
Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Mr. Lindsay, thank you very much. Very impressive list of projects in the stream. And my question, I think you've answered, because Councillor Hong basically asked what I was interested in, and that is concern over the processing time of development permits. And I know I've heard that, and I'm sure you've heard it many times. Recognizing that the city needs to do due diligence with these applications, I'm hearing that it's a problem to do with both volume and, to some extent, staff capacity. Is that correct?
And Your Worship, Council may be hearing differently, but I think that our most significant pressure today is not on development permits, but actually on building permits. But the answer is similar for both. It has to deal with volume, staff capacity, and also completeness of applications. So we're trying to put some mechanisms in place to make sure that applications come in are complete and compliant with the codes and bylaws, so that they can be expedited through the approval process.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lindsay. Outstanding statistics and analytics and data to define how well our city is doing in this area. So thank you very much for that. always look forward to your midterm presentation. I just did want to follow up on Councillor Hong's question, and you partially explored a third-party qualified engineer professional, if you will, or a QEP, in my thinking, as it relates to assisting our staff and applicants, if you will, for development permits and building permits to speed the process up. And I heard you say that, I know that they're doing that in Surrey and White Rock and other places. Did I hear you say that we are investigating the potential to create that opportunity here in Nanaimo in the near future, or I shouldn't say near future, but in the future? And I just want clarification if I heard that correctly.
Absolutely. Through your worship, absolutely. That's something that staff are currently investigating. I would want to caution, though, it's probably not the silver bullet solution. When we talk to a lot of communities who have put this in place, part of the problem is the capacity that's out there in the province for certified professionals. There's not a lot of them. And with the development activity that we're seeing, not just in Nanaimo, of course, but across the province, they're difficult to get. So even if we did bring a process like that in, it would be making sure that long-term we worked with groups like APEG to make sure that there was capacity to actually have people who were qualified and trained and ready to operate in that system.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see no further questions. Thank you very much. We'll move on to the next item. Next item is Mr. Kevin Shaw, and I take it to be about the Victoria Crescent Day Street Festival.
Thank you, Kevin Shaw, President, Victoria Crescent Association. We would like to invite everyone, as the Mayor said, to Crescent Day, a free, fun street festival on Victoria Crescent in downtown Nanaimo, coming up Sunday, August the 26th. Beginning at high noon, we will have fun for the kids as usual. Giant inflatable slides, bouncy castle, that 65-foot obstacle course to run, crawl, climb, and slide through, and we'll have games for the kids too. At 5 o'clock, folk singing legend Valdi will take to the stage for a 75-minute concert, again all free. So on Sunday, August the 26th, come and sing along with Valdi for a good song of the simple life. Well, he plays us a rock and roll song for Peter and Lou, and because, well, you can. That's at Crescent Day. And last month, on Bathtub Weekend, our Victoria Crescent Street Fair attracted thousands under the warm sun. I'd like to now present the City of Nanaimo with a certificate of appreciation for all your help, and have given some mementos to council as well. So thanks for your time tonight, and see you not this weekend, but the following weekend, Sunday, August the 26th, for Crescent Day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So the next item on the agenda is the Mayor's report. So it's been a very busy summer in Nanaimo, as everyone knows. July 6th to 8th was Dragon Boat this year. 59 teams from as far away as Calgary and Oregon participated in the event. And again, it was lovely weather this year. Only just a few hours of rain during that weekend. Of course, Sunday, July 15th was the signature event for the for the Child Development Center, which is their Silly Boat Festival. I particularly liked, for those who were there, the special effects that the McDonald's folks put on. They tried to create a cup of coffee with steam coming out of it, and it caught on fire, and it was pretty funny. Fortunately, before the fire department had to come in, it actually tipped over in the water. That was a great afternoon. Bathtub Weekend, of course, is always a family favorite, and it was no different this year. Just this last weekend, they actually had over a dozen tubs that participated in a special set of races over in Vancouver. Vancouver are getting very excited about bathtubing again. The next one, of course, is this past weekend. They took in as well as a couple thousand other people, Symphony by the Sea, which is a really popular event, and it just skirted past the rain, and it was a warm, lovely evening that night. Last item is something significantly more solemn, and that is the passing of one of the Nanaimo elders, Dr. Ellen White. We're very saddened by her passing, but I wanted to quote her eldest son, Councillor Doug White II of the Nanaimo First Nation, where he said, "My mother lived a remarkable life that encouraged and taught everyone she came across to strive to be their best selves, learn and listen, and build bridges of love amongst humanity. Our family encourages, as Ellen would, that this time of remembrance and celebration of her life be an opportunity for reflection on how we can all make greater efforts to advance knowledge, understanding, respect, and reconciliation between Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples. Throughout her 95 years, Ellen exemplified the greatest respect and love for all peoples, living things, and creation. Her enduring lesson to all of us was to recognize and appreciate what we have in common as human beings, to celebrate the beauty of our diversity, and to illuminate the foundations of unity and mutuality and respect between all of us. We can all honor her memory, and by carrying on her work of close to a century of cultivating love, learning, respect, and harmony in human relations. She will be sadly missed. The next item is the committee recommendations. First one is Parks, Recreation, and Wellness, and it's to be introduced by Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this is from the June 27 meeting of the Parks, Recreation, and Wellness Committee. We have a recommendation that Council allocate $25,000 from the 2018 Partners in Parks program and another $20,000 from the deferred revenue account for future Partners in Park project for the Fern Neighborhood Park improvements.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next one is the Finance and Audit Committee from July 11th, 2018. To be introduced by Councillor Bestwick.
July 11th, 2018, Finance and Audit Committee meeting, the Heritage Facade Grant application was received for 155 Commercial Street. It was moved and seconded that the Finance and Audit Committee recommend that Council, 1, approve an $8,683.50 Heritage Facade Grant for the parking block located at 155 Commercial Street to repaint the building exterior and recover its existing awnings, and 2, provide for the $7,978.04 Heritage Facade Grant shortfall through a budget transfer from the Heritage Home Grant Program. So moved.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Brennan. Any discussion? Councillor Hong.
Thank you. Through you to staff, if we're transferring the money from the Heritage Home Grant Program, what does that leave us this year? Are we expecting any intake? Will we be short in that department?
To your worship, through to Councillor Hong, the staff are not expecting any applications. Normally we get the applications in the spring of the year so the work can be completed in the summer, and we do not have any applications in stream, so we think it would be safe to transfer that money.
Okay, so then just to follow up on that, how effective is that Heritage Home Grant Program? Should we be relooking at it? Is it not enough uptake for these programs? Should we refocus more onto the facade grant, or what's the staff intake on this?
Your worship, certainly the last couple of years we've not seen a great uptake in it, and I think if you recall in 2017 we did the same thing. I think we transferred money out of that account to allow for a commercial project to go forward. However, in previous years we've seen it heavily subscribed, so I don't know if there's a pattern just yet, but it may be worth us taking a look at for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no further questions, I call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. Item number 2 was an application from the Mid-Island Youth and Community Cooperative. The Finance and Audit Committee recommend that Council approve the request from the Mid-Island Youth and Community Development Cooperative for a community program development grant in the amount of $2,665 to assist in funding a community-based arts and food festival known as Food Art Fun. So moved.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Bestwick and seconded by Councillor Thorpe. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
And the third item from July 11th, 2018 Finance and Audit Committee meeting was a request from the Nanaimo Deep Discovery Association. It was moved and seconded that the Finance and Audit Committee recommend that council provide $65,000 to the Nanaimo Deep Discovery Association from the Council Contingency Fund, and that the Nanaimo Deep Discovery Association fund the balance required through other sources. So moved.
It's been moved by Councillor Bestwick and seconded by Councillor Yocum. Discussion. Councillor Hong.
Thank you. At the Finance and Audit, I didn't support this motion, and because, like I said, when it was presented to us that we would provide them land, that they would go away and come back with a plan. And then I thought we would be able to vet that plan to see how that was going to work, and if it was viable with the land that we had promised or proposed to give them. So when they came back for money it was a surprise to me, and I didn't support it then, and I still have a problem supporting it now. Same basis that they said that they would go back, but after when I look at all the other projects that have come to us, that I've seen that we end up vetting these projects anyways with either our own lawyers or our own accountants to make sure that their numbers are accurate. So if I'm going to support this, because I supported the Deep Sea Discovery Association from the beginning for the land, but if I were to support this, what are the chances of us getting this report? At $65,000, if we're funding them for the two reports, Myers North Penny one and another one, I want full access to this report. Is that possible for them to give us that if we're going to give them the money? Like, are we paying for these reports? Theoretically, should we be able to own them as well? So that's a question through staff.
Mr. Rudolph.
This is one of those files that I don't have the complete history on, but the request seems like a logical condition of funding. If council so wishes to have, add that or as a condition for the issuance of the money, then that's something that's entirely within your purview.
So can I make a friendly amendment to that, where if we're going to fund them with $65,000, that we should have access, unfeathered access to the report, not a dummy-down version of it? So we don't have to do this again, because we seem to do our own reports anyway. So, and I think I would support that if we actually got a copy of this. So this is work that we would have put into a facility like this in that area as well.
So what would your amendment be then?
That we would have access to the two reports that we were funding. Full access, unfeathered access for the findings.
Thank you. And it's been going to be seconded by Councillor Brennan. For discussion? Okay. Okay, so so we now have a friendly, so we don't require.
No, that wasn't a friendly with it.
Yeah, that was a formal amendment, Your
Yeah,
Worship, so that
formal.
can be voted on now. It was moved by Councillor Hong, seconded by Councillor Brennan, so you can vote on that amendment now.
On the amendment, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, anyone wishing to speak to the amendment?
Yes, please.
Councillor Yocum.
Thank you. Absolutely, I have no problem about Jerry's request, but I guess it goes where the new CAO is. There's been reports we funded at a lot higher price where I haven't had access to put my hands on it. So I don't want to cherry pick here. So if we're going to fund any report, absolutely I'm in support of this and support of the motion and support of this project. But I want to make sure, because there's reports where we've had to basically sign out like it was going to the Secret Service. So I want us to not cherry pick here. All the reports that we're going to fund it, have access to it. And also, but down the road, I want to be cautious of information. If the reports, I don't know how far the report's going to go, but if it gets to the point of bidding processes and budgets, and so it doesn't give a disadvantage to the project as well. So I want us to be cautious here, read it and be access to it, but we have not been consistent, which isn't a shock, but anyways, I'm babbling now. So I want to make sure we get some policy down in the future for the next council there. If you're going to fund any reports where it's not just, oh, you can look at this one, but you can't look at that one. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you very much. As I understand, the amendment is unfettered access to the reports as produced as a result of the deep ocean discovery, third-party information that they require in order to proceed or not with the project. And I have absolutely no reservation that we would be granted access to the reports and that we would be able to maintain the possession of same. And I trust that that would be the case. And I would hope that that would be the case in all situations.
Thank you. Councillor Armstrong.
Yeah, just to further that, would that also incur legal opinions that may be required, or would that be exempt from that?
I believe the Councillor Hong's motion is simply to have access to the report that we're funding.
So legal opinions, no then? Okay, thank you.
So I see no further questions. Call the question on the amendment. All those in favor? Opposed? Show Councillor Armstrong opposed. Motion carries. Councillor Thorpe, your mic is...
On the original motion, if we're ready for that, I'd like to speak.
Your worship, through you to council, so the original motion it's already been moved and seconded, and now it needs to be voted on as amended, so with the amendment included.
Back to the original motion as amended. Call the question.
That's what I wish to speak to, yes.
Okay,
Thank you, Chair. And I certainly have no problem with the amendment that we just passed, but I'll be voting in favor of this motion as amended. Council quite regularly provides incentives to developers because we feel their projects bring value to the city. We provide grants to nonprofit groups because they provide value to the city and our citizens. And I personally am excited about this project. I can see a potential for it bringing great value to our city in terms of a major tourist attraction. So I'm quite willing to advance seed money and knowing that we will have access to the reports, and in future the association will have to stand on its own feet, but I think this is a good investment in our city, so I will support it. Thank you.
Councillor Beswick.
Thank you very much. I'm certainly in support of this initiative, and all too often, in my humble opinion, we've missed opportunities in relation to economic growth and economic development and tourism opportunities, and as a result of not being necessarily as supportive of volunteer organizations that see and have a vision for a greater opportunity to enhance our downtown, to enhance our image, to be a catalyst for other things to build around, and something for us all to be proud of. And in my opinion, this is a very small price to pay for the amount of energy and time and effort and resources that is being invested into this by volunteers. And I don't think we can forget that. To bring Nanaimo a first-class facility and venue on our gorgeous waterfront that will draw more and more people down there, and that will in turn deliver more growth and more building and more opportunity. So I'm really excited about this opportunity, and I place a lot of trust and faith in those members that have brought this initiative forward. So I will absolutely be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Armstrong.
I support the project, but I don't support the dollars going forward because their initial request was no further dollars, it would be land only, which I'm totally in agreement with. And secondly, it totally depletes the council contingency fund, leaving no money till next budget. So I'll be voting no for those reasons.
Thank you. There are no further speakers, but I just wanted to ask, is it possible if we pass this tonight that we can have our finance staff look for an alternate source for funding this? I share Councillor Armstrong's concern about the easiest place always seems to be the council contingency fund. I wonder if Mr. Rudolph could help us with that. You're on.
Okay, Your Worship, Obviously, the finance director is not here this evening to answer that question directly. You could direct us to explore other opportunities for funding sources within the budget. There are other locations possibly where things have been underspent, or this could be an over expenditure in certain areas. So within this budget envelope, this money existed to fund this project, so that's why it's possibly was identified. So if it's council's wish, we can identify other locations, but nonetheless, the amount of money would be the same.
Thank you very much. Councillor Beswick.
Thank you very much. I certainly wish not to dwell on this because I know that we're ready to vote and nobody's mind is going to be changed. But when we're seeking alternative sources for funding of things that happen in the middle of the year or towards the Q3 or Q4, and oftentimes we've exhausted our opportunities or accounts, and so we delay things till the next year, and then by that time people go away. They're busy. And we had a $2.7 million surplus carryover in 2017 to 2018. It's been allocated to various funds and reserves. And so if necessary, I'm certain that there's opportunities for us to extract some monies that will allow us to move some projects forward in Nanaimo that will optimally be at the benefit of future generations to enjoy and share the experience. And I have no doubt that next year, in 4 months from now, we'll have another $3 million surplus of monies that we collected from our taxpayers and citizens. So does that mean that we should do this on a regular basis? Probably not. But is there monies that are available to us every year in the millions? Yes. And I would like to see that people that invest their time and energy to bring better opportunities for the citizens of Nanaimo and for people to visit here and a reason to stay here longer, a place to take your grandkids and children and schools to visit, right in our own backyard. I certainly hope that we find more of these opportunities, and by this group taking on this program, that other groups will follow them. And we're sitting here having to make similar decisions like this to make our city a better place to live, recreate, and visit. Thank you.
Councillor Yocum.
Yeah, just quickly, I was going to say those same words, that there's reserves. We had a $3 million surplus. And also where the proposed site's going to be, it'd be quite fair to say like a change of a new project down there would be do well and be best for the city and having an attraction for the locals, but also guests as well. So definitely support this. And to conclude on this project, why the people behind this project are champions of the city in all their disciplines of what they've given back to this community through sports and sponsoring teams and creating job creation. It's just a win-win for all. So I don't want this project to get derailed and by saying, oh, we want to see all these reports and give the sort of the picture of we're maybe dealing with some shady people when we're not. We're dealing with the profound people, some very profound people in this community have done nothing but give back to this community. So I'm very pleased that we're able to support and give some money to get the project rolling that this town, and especially that area where it's going to go, desperately needs, because, well, we see what's going on today. So I think change and a positive project will be best for the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fuller.
Yeah, originally I wasn't going to speak, but when we look at this, the $65,000 that we're investing, and that's the city that's actually investing in moving this project forward. I think the nonprofit and the people involved with the nonprofit are going to be able to pull this off. I would almost say without a doubt they will be able to do that at minimal cost to the city. Everything costs the city something. We've got a waterfront walkway that is going through. You know, I was in Halifax for the first time since 1974. I was in Halifax this year. And if you've ever been in Halifax and wandered down their waterfront, there's just so much to see and do. It's not just the walk that you want, but it's the things that you can see and do in conjunction with the walk. So having this at some point in concert with the development of One Port Drive, et cetera, I think this is a phenomenal opportunity for the city, and this is a relatively small cost for us to pay. Originally, I wasn't in support of it, but now I'm fully in support.
Thank you. Council's ready to call a question. I'll call a question. All those in favor? Opposed? Show Councilor Armstrong opposed. Motion carries. Next item, advisory committee minutes. And we can take them all together. There are 7 sets of minutes. Moved by Councilor Bestwick. Seconded by Councilor Fuller. Are there any errors or omissions? Councilor Hong.
Thank you. No errors or omissions, but I just wanted to point out that the Youth Advisory Council applied to the UBCM to present actually as a 45-minute clinic, but they actually got approved for a 2-hour workshop. So it's going to be something exciting at UBCM, and hopefully that the youth, the Nanaimo Youth Council is going to bring some fresh ideas to some politics at UBCM. Right. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Call a question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next item is under Public Services, and it's number 10A, and it's Smoking Regulation Bylaw 2018, number 7268, to be introduced by Mr. Lindsay, Director of Community Development. Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you, Your Worship. This item is a direct result of the work that was done by the Cannabis Task Force, and those recommendations came previously before Council, and Council endorsed them on that evening and directed us to proceed with the associated bylaw amendments. So items 10A and 10B are both related to that work. 10A is a recommendation for the adoption of a new smoking regulation bylaw in the community, and this will clarify that smoking includes cannabis and other forms of consumption, including vaping, and staff are recommending that the bylaw pass 3 readings. It has been reviewed by the local health authority, and their comments have been incorporated as they are required to sign off on the bylaw before adoption. But again, this evening we're seeking approval for the first 3 readings.
Thank you very much. Councilor Fuller. You will be, because you'll be reading the motion.
Oh,
as the
okay.
Deputy Mayor, or Acting Mayor.
Okay, so the recommendation, I'm going to move the recommendation, motion that smoking regulation bylaw 2018, number 7268, to regulate smoking in the city of Nanaimo pass first reading.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Seconder. Seconded by Councilor Thorpe. Thank you. Councilor Bestwick.
Thank you very much. Certainly, I'm in support of the revised bylaw. My question, Mr. Lindsay, is in relation to signage. So the fines moving from $100 to $250 per offense, I certainly have no issue with. But the signage, so it speaks to beaches, it speaks to public places, it speaks to public buildings, it speaks to, and having the sign that indicates the new regulation, if you will. How long will private businesses or malls or country, whatever the case might be, have to place a sign on their premise, and how many signs based on square footage or however many entrances or exits they have? How will we be notifying places of this new legislation that should be posting signs?
Your Worship, and that's a good question, because I think it's important to note that the bylaw itself recognizes that there was a previous smoking bylaw, and that bylaw did also require signage. So that isn't changing, and in fact, it recognizes that if you're an existing business and you have signage under the previous bylaw, that is sufficient for the purposes of this bylaw. So we're not asking every new business in the community to go out and install a new sign. If you have a sign already, the bylaw accepts and is happy with that. Where this would apply is for new projects and new construction. So we would communicate that to them in the same way that we do under the existing bylaw at the time of development.
Thank you. That helps to explain. Just a quick follow-up. So everybody that currently should have a sign now is grandfathered, essentially, and all new builds that should have a sign will know that when they come in for their building permit or otherwise. But it won't, the grandfathered ones won't have a symbol or symbolic of includes cannabis or includes marijuana. So if I'm smoking weed where I shouldn't be within 7.5 meters of a doorway, could I actually technically say, well, it doesn't say I can't smoke weed?
The signs themselves, sorry, Your Worship, the signs themselves are not specific as to the substance. It says just simply no smoking. The definition of what is considered smoking is broadened in the bylaw, but it's not reflected in the sign to list out those specific items. It just simply says you cannot
All
smoke,
right, I get
smoke
you.
at those doors.
Thanks very much.
Councillor Hong.
Great, thank you. So just to follow up, this really hasn't changed from the previous one, because the question I ask is with regards to what the province says in Viha. Is it smoking within 7.5 meters of a doorway or 3 meters within a doorway, according to their rules? So are we doing anything different than what the province is allowing? Or this is not anything different? Or is this just a mere copy and all we're doing is changing the definitions around?
That is a more accurate summary, yes. It's copying what the province requires. And the most important change is making sure we amend the definitions in our bylaws to ensure that it captures cannabis, now that it will be legal and lawful.
Great, because one of the main questions I have with regards to that is a lot of the bars have smoking patios and smoking decks. So I know that the Queens, the deck isn't even 7.5 meters in any direction. So from a doorway, that pretty much renders that deck useless, and a couple other people that have decks that aren't 7.5 meters in either direction that allow smoking. If you're saying they're grandfathered in, where is that clause in here that says that they're grandfathered in the bylaw?
Sorry, Your Worship, I should clarify. It's not the distance that's grandfathered, and to be honest, I would have to go back and look at our existing bylaw to see the distance. I know it's 7.5 meters in this bylaw. What's grandfathered is the need to put up a sign under this bylaw. If you have a sign that references the old smoking bylaw, that sign can stay because it essentially says the same thing, no smoking within. So I assume the distances are the same under the two, but I'll have to follow up with you on that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Councillor Fuller.
Move that smoking regulation bylaw 2018 number 7268 pass second reading.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councillor Fuller and seconded by Councillor Bestwick. Discussion. Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
And move that smoking regulation bylaw 2018 number 7268 pass third reading.
Thank you. And seconded by Councillor Bestwick.
Discussion.
Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. Just before you call the question, I'd like to acknowledge the work of staff and thank them for being proactive on this file and bringing this bylaw up to date prior to the change in provincial legislation in October. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no more speakers, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. The next item is the cannabis zoning regulation, and it's to be introduced by Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you, Worship. As I mentioned, this is also a series of recommendations that are coming from the Cannabis Task Force that have been previously endorsed by Council, and we're now before you with the specific bylaws. In this case, a zoning bylaw amendment. The bylaw amendment, if adopted, will do three specific things. And the first is clarify that cannabis retail stores are separate and distinct from our existing definition of retail, and as such will require site-specific rezoning in order for a new store or a licensed store to be established in the community. This is the exact same approach that we, of course, take with liquor stores. We're also recommending the bylaw will allow for the existing definition of medical marijuana to be replaced simply with cannabis production. So it currently reads medical marijuana growing and production. It will now read cannabis growing and production. And again, that's to reflect the change of at the federal level. The amendment will also move from what is a site-specific use in our I-4 zone to an outright use in I-4, which is largely our lands at Duke Point, and also reflect the changes that the federal government's allowing for in terms of small scale, or they've called the micro cannabis production, and we're allowing, the bylaw will allow for that in the in the I-1 and I-2 zones if approved. So, Your Worship, the bylaw this evening, of course, if it receives first two readings, will proceed to a public hearing. In addition to the bylaw amendment itself, there's also the retail store rezoning criteria, which came up through the task force, has been seen previously by council and endorsed. That criteria will also proceed that evening to the public hearing, so we can receive input on both the bylaw and the rezoning criteria. I would note that the criteria that's attached continues to show a recommended separation from schools and daycares of 150 meters. You have had input from the school board that they believe that that number should actually be increased to 300 meters. So after the public hearing, we will be seeking direction from council on how you wish to deal with specifically the rezoning criteria. And of course, by that time, you'll also have the opportunity for others in the community to provide their input on that setback. No further comments, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Lindsay. Again, compliments to the Cannabis Task Force that was established to come forward with this information and recommendations. On the cannabis retail store rezoning criteria, this 4-page that I have with me, or that we all have, I have a couple of questions. 1.4, location. The proposed CRS should not be located within 300 meters of another CRS as measured from the front doors of the CRS. And I only bring this up because with our liquor retail outlets, we've had issues in the past about awarding or within the 300 meters because it can be defined with some ambiguity, whether it's as the crow flies or how many steps you take, and it becomes a problematic with whoever has the store first, or the door open first, the existing door, and that's where the complainants come from is, whoa, they're within the 300 meters, and then we start stepping it off in every angle you possibly can to make it work or not work. How might this be different from our experiences of our liquor retail stores?
Yeah, and Your Worship, I think we learned from that experience, and Councillor Bestwick's absolutely correct. When we went through those rezoning applications, we always got the question of, well, is it from the front door of the store? Is it from the property line? Is it from the edge of the mall? Where are you measuring from? So the measurement is as the crow flies, but the intention here is to add some certainty. So if it's in a mall, it's from the front door of the store. It's not from the edge of the mall. It's not from the edge of the building or the property line. It's from the front door of the business, and that's our intention, to provide some certainty around that. I would also note that the 300-meter setback between stores this is where we differ a little bit from the liquor store approach, because of course it was the province and liquor stores that actually put in 1 kilometer separations between stores. They did not do that here with cannabis stores, and they left it to local governments to determine how best to approach that. So you're correct in noting the 300-meter separation between stores, but later on there's actually similar wording in terms of the separation between stores and schools, so we have some clarity on those separations also and how they're measured.
Thank you, and I just have one other question. I'm sure there's going to be many others from council. 1.3, the proposed CRS may not be located adjacent or in close proximity to a nightclub or liquor retail store. So we've tried to address the specifics of the 300-meter thing. No, it's front door to front door. It's as a crow flies, all that, to try to take some of the concern, or the issues that may follow away. But now we're saying located in close proximity. On whose definition is close proximity? Every person in this room probably has, if I own a place, or I want to put a place in, somebody says, well, you're in close proximity. In whose opinion?
Yeah, and I think, again, this is similar to the wording that we do have for liquor stores, where we don't have a hard number in there, but just that some thought and consideration should be given to it at the time that a rezoning application comes forward. It was a difficult one to put a number around because I think there are all kinds of circumstances where it really depends on the nature of the liquor primary use, the liquor retail use. You could have stores that are in close proximity but are separated by a road, for example, or other major features which separate them. So really, the thought was there needs to be some consideration to it. We need to be aware of it, but not necessarily apply a firm number. That was the recommendation of the task force.
Thank you for that explanation. My challenge is that if there's a liquor retail store and a cannabis store, and I live in between the two of them, and I read the city's bylaw, and it says you won't put one within close proximity, then it would be easy for me to come and state my argument or case that, hey, your own bylaw says that you won't put one in near proximity to a liquor retail store, and it's 50 feet away and 30 feet from my front door. So what is close proximity? I'm only saying this because I want to try to avoid the issues that might come forward, not create issues, with the one chance that we get to create the first time reworked bylaw. So that's the reason that I'm raising those two thoughts. Thank you very much.
Councillor Armstrong.
Well, thank you. I just have a couple concerns as well. I'd like to know where you get the 300 meters and the 150 meters from. Is it an arbitrary number, or is there research to state why that should happen? Because, we hear from the kids, the farther away from the school, the easier it is for us to access it. So that's a question I have, is there research about why that, or is it just an arbitrary number? I don't know if you can answer that, but for the future.
It's the 150 meters is traditionally one city block. And that's where that measurement comes from. 300 meters, of course, 2 city blocks. Generally, those are numbers that we've used for other setbacks. The 150 is one that's consistent with our liquor license setback. Sort of that 1 block radius around a store. It's also, the 300 meters is consistent in our bylaw where we have separation between pawn shops in our zoning bylaw. So again, it's trying to be consistent with other uses where we've tried to provide some separation. But it's generally, historically, that number comes from a 1 block or 2 block.
So there's no
radius.
research to back up why we're doing that, it's just a historical thing?
Research in terms of the impacts on
Well, that's what I'm saying.
individuals or
Or on the
on,
youth, or why are we making a distance? What's the rationale for it? We don't make that for, that's just my question. It's fine.
yeah, and I can't speak for all the task force members, through your worship to Councillor Armstrong, but what I would say is I think it's not just the impact on the users, but it's also on the character of the community and making sure that they're spread throughout the community and not clustered.
Thank you. And one other last one that's a concern, and we see it in Langley right now, is the micro cannabis production and processing, where we do talk about that there has to be an outdoor abatement strategy. But is that going to be defined as to what it is? Because right now they're saying they have it in place, yet you hear the neighborhoods complaining severely about the odor emanating from them.
And part of my response to that would be, I think a lot of the complaints you're getting now possibly are from these storefronts which are illegal. Their systems are not being vetted. What we're suggesting is that we approach it like we would many of our food processing requirements. It's actually a requirement that you must demonstrate at the time of obtaining a business license. So we would ask for a copy of that odor abatement, how they're planning on doing it, and we would evaluate that with their application.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I would ask Council if we can keep this to questions for Mr. Lindsay, because we do have 2 delegations on this, and we could save the other items for debate when we get to the calling of it. Councillor Hong.
Thank you. I'm just looking at this criteria, and a question to Mr. Lindsay. Realistically, if I'm going through this, first one is, what did the school board recommend, 300 or 150?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Hong, that is correct. So the guidelines note not on the separation between stores, but the actual separation from stores and schools and daycares. The guidelines talk about 150. The school board came back with a recommendation to you that it should be increased to 300 meters.
So do we have a discussion with them? So are we not accepting their recommendation?
Your Worship, I think ultimately that's a decision council will have to make. Our recommendation as staff is you take the criteria as drafted forward to the public hearing. You'll make a final determination on the rezoning portion of the bylaw. At that point, we'll seek council's direction on the final version of the store criteria. So that will allow you the opportunity to take input from the rest of the community on these separation distances and rezoning criteria, so you can make a final determination. At this point, the only external input you have, other than from the task force, is from the school board. This will allow for opportunity for sort of broader input.
Okay, thank you, because it just seems like we should put 300 in there arbitrarily and then let the public decide, but that's my opinion. The next one with regards to this building and siting. The 2.1 says the size of the proposed CSR should be consistent with the nature of the immediate area and the size of the existing retail. So if I were to put a store next to Staples, are you saying then I can't because that's not the nature of the business? So the nature of the business is booze and alcohol. You've just eliminated that in the next point, where shouldn't be anywhere near alcohol in retail stores, because that's the nature of the business. So it's really conflicting when you refer 1.3 to 2.1, because I don't really understand what the nature of the immediate area is. When you go up to Woodgrove Mall, can I put one in Woodgrove Mall? Theoretically, Woodgrove Mall, 300 meters apart, could put 2 or 3 in there. So I'm just confused on the nature of this text, because it makes no sense in 2.1. Then on 2.2, the design of the proposed CSR should enhance or improve the aesthetics of the surrounding area. So then are we sending that to the design advisory panel? Because if you're going to do that with each one, when are we actually going to have any of these stores running? Because if it doesn't follow through some of these, it seems like it's designed to fail. The criteria is too stiff. I can't think of any place, first of all, in 2.1 where I can put one, other than Nickel Street, if you want to say that's the area. But I don't want Nickel Street to be classified as that area, because that's the nature of the immediate area. I don't want any area to be classified that way. So that didn't seem to make any sense to me. And the other one, with regards to microbrews and production, we haven't really gotten that point. Why have it in here? Because I have a funny feeling where somebody's going to be changing it 2 years from now when the feds come out with new rules. So we shouldn't even be talking about microbrews until the feds have told us what we're allowed to do, because they haven't told us what we're allowed to do. I think, if I'm not mistaken, that's C46, which won't be up to debate for next year. So for us to put this in is a waste of staff time, waste of public input, and waste of everybody's time, because I think we'll have a funny feeling is we're going to end up changing it, because they'll probably come up with some funny laws. So, and then the other one, community impact, consideration must be given places of worship and or family-oriented facilities. Well, I'm hoping every business we have is family-oriented, other than a bar or nightclub, because that doesn't seem to be making any sense to me on, well, I get the parks, I get, daycares, but places of worship, why can't I put a cannabis store next to a church? What's the problem with that? So there's a lot of wording in here that I don't really like. It's too loosey-goosey, or we should just open it up and eliminate these and get them out and then send it to the public consultation, because I think it's just too much stuff on there. That doesn't seem to make any sense to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, I will reiterate, can you keep your line of questions to questions until we get into a motion on the floor to debate? Councillor Fuller.
Just curious, is there a cap on the size of liquor stores? Because we're proposing a cap on the size of CSR stores, or CRS stores, I believe.
Your Worship, I'm sorry, I don't recall if there's in the existing liquor store criteria, if there's a cap on size. I do recall that when we went through this process in the province opened the moratorium on liquor stores a number of years ago, one of the concerns was having large format or big box liquor stores and how they would fit in the context of some of our local service areas. Like, would they fit within an area like the downtown where you have primarily smaller storefronts, smaller stores? So I think going back to Councillor Hong's point earlier, the wording, which this comes exactly from your liquor policy, was one that the building size should be reflective of the area that it's going in. But no, sorry, off the top of my head, I don't believe that there's a maximum size in there. And again, these are guidelines which would be applied to individual rezoning applications, but that's a discussion that could happen with individual applications, of course, as they come forward.
Couple other questions. So someone with a liquor license and a liquor store, could they not also apply for a cannabis retail store at the same location? Right now, they couldn't, because if you look at the bylaw, it doesn't allow you to place it within a certain distance.
Part of that answer comes from the provincial approach to cannabis. So they've made the determination that they're not allowing cannabis and liquor stores within the same building generally. I think there are some rural locations where they might have rural stores that allow for both, but when it comes to municipalities, their direction and their intent is not to have a combination of liquor and cannabis. So even the government-run stores will be separate stores.
Okay, I guess that would answer my next question, that having a bar and serving liquor and cannabis won't be allowed.
I'm sorry, I missed that. In a bar, will they be allowed?
Yeah.
At this point, no. There's no consumption lounges that are approved or will be approved by the province, but I will say that door's certainly been left open, I think, and as Councillor Hong refers to, that there's going to be a number of amendments, I think, coming forward as this issue evolves in coming years, much like happened with liquor stores. So there will be changes as we move forward, and that very well be one of the areas where we see some change.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Yocum.
Thank you. Just quickly, 2 questions on Mr. Lindsay. On topic, but sort of off topic. In regards to the present-day dispensaries and with I'm assuming the feds are going to be responsible for that, if I'm accurate. Sorry, let me backtrack. Who's going to be responsible for shutting down dispensaries? In theory.
Well, I have my theory.
Right.
Of course, we're moving in a model that's very similar again to liquor stores. So right today, the province licenses liquor stores. The province is intending to license cannabis stores. If you do not have a provincial license, you're not allowed to operate. And in the legislation that the province has put forward, they're drafted very heavy fines for people who are operating without licenses. And they've also put very heavy fines in for landlords who are leasing to operations that are running without a provincial license. So based on that indication, it seems to me that the province is taking steps that they're prepared that they will be taking action. Again, if you step back and look at how liquor's done, if a liquor store was open tomorrow and didn't have provincial licensing, the province would be taking swift action on that. I think it's a little bit remains to be seen as we come out of this, whether the province is prepared to take that heavy approach, or whether they'll defer it back to municipalities for enforcement. But I don't think.
Okay, just to wrap up, the reason I bring this up, thank you for the answer, is I somewhat feel like it's going to be offloaded. The province is getting pretty good at offloading many things, and if this is offloaded to this council or the next council, I really hope we advocate for the feds, or in this case the province, to fund these positions, because the city of Nanaimo cannot do this. We need more dollars just to deal with the cannabis subject today, because you guys are over swamped, as we just seen your report, and starting a meeting off doing that work. So I really hope the province and the feds fund the city of Nanaimo to deal with the compliance, deal with the dispensaries that are in place, obviously illegally today, because that work should start taking place right now for, I think, there's 23 dispensaries in Nanaimo, something like that. So it has to be happening today, and I don't expect you guys to be doing that. So I really hope someone internally is lobbying to the feds and the province to get this ball rolling. Thank you for those few comments.
Thank you. Councillor Hong.
Thank you. Sorry, I missed it. Is there a fee structure in here yet for business license? I know that we discussed it as going to be the standard fee that was talked about, but is it in this bylaw, or where is that, or did I miss it?
Your Worship, Councillor Hong's correct. The task force made a recommendation that, to start with, that the cannabis licensed retail stores be the standard licensing fee of $165, which is the same fee we apply for licensed liquor stores, but that fee be reviewed as part of the liquor control strategy that's going to look at, as you recall, all of the fees that we apply to liquor uses, including nightclubs, lounges, and pubs. So that review, they're recommending include cannabis stores, but to start with, it's $165. It would not be in the zoning bylaw. That $165, of course, is in the business licensing bylaw, and because it's a general business, there's no amendments to the bylaw that would be required.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we now have, we have two delegations that wish to speak to this issue. The first one is Mr. Cliff Wiltshire. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir.
I have your name already. Can I have your address?
My name is Clifford Wilshire. My address is 646 Railway Avenue. I am the CEO of Salvation Botanicals and a representative for the Canadian Alliance for Responsible Cannabis Producers. Salvation Botanicals is the only federally licensed cannabis company that was born in Nanaimo, grew up in Nanaimo, and exists in Nanaimo today. I watched this process happen with the city. We, at Salvation Botanicals, we contributed to the federal task force. We contributed to the provincial task force. We were quoted in the task force recommendations and personally spoke with the minister, Mike Barnwell, about the regulations that would be created for the province of British Columbia. So I have a great deal of knowledge with regard to the cannabis industry, have been involved in it for a number of years, have been federally licensed for a number of years to test, produce, manufacture, and sell cannabis. We're not very well known in Nanaimo by choice, unlike the other cannabis company, which is an American company who's set up here and are located out at Duke Point. There's a number of issues with this recommendation that I find. The task force, the city task force, unfortunately I wasn't able to participate very much, but it wasn't really made up of people who were really aware of the current nature of the cannabis industry in Nanaimo, and in Canada for that matter. They did a great job in crafting regulations, but there's a number of things that I fail to understand why those decisions were made, and I can see that they're going to lead into problems going down the road. The first issue that I see is the designation of having cannabis industries in I-4 zones only. I tell you right now, I know of a number of cannabis companies that have set up in the city legally under license application, not in I-4, who will be challenging this bylaw. A bylaw of this nature has been passed in other communities in British Columbia. It's been challenged in the court, and it has been rescinded in the court. So setting it up in I-4 only, there's no logical justification for it, and the courts have found that to be true. So be aware that that is an issue that's going to arise, and you might want to consider not saying the only place cannabis companies can be is out in Duke Point. There's no justification for that. Time has gone by when that can be considered. A second point that I'd like to address is the as has already been brought up, is having cannabis stores not adjacent to liquor sales outlet. I have not, as of yet, heard any logical reason why a cannabis store cannot be beside a liquor store. The province has allowed it, the federal government has allowed it. Given the nature of the cannabis business, if I'm a consumer and I want to get some cannabis for my weekend and I want to get some beer for my weekend, it's only logical to have those stores side by side. If you limit the location of cannabis stores to spots where there's no liquor stores, that's going to be hard to find. Those locations are going to be difficult to find. And on top of that, what you're saying is that you're encouraging people, or expecting people, rather, to drive, to get in their car, drive to a liquor store, buy their liquor, get back in their car, drive to a cannabis store, and buy their cannabis. Now, the task force main recommendation, their main two goals were to reduce the harm to youth and to eliminate the black market. Now, I know cannabis buyers. I know what they're like. I know their trends. We've been studying them for years. We've been compiling reams and reams of data on cannabis buying trends, on cannabis buyer spending, on consumer trends, on all of these things. And I'll tell you what's going to happen when you do that. The cannabis consumer is going to go buy his case of beer, he's going to drive home, and he's going to call Buddy up from the black market to come and bring him some pot. That's what's going to happen. So I have not heard a single logical argument why you could not have a cannabis store adjacent to or in close proximity to a liquor sales establishment. No one's come, I mean, somebody came up with the idea and said, hey, that'd be cool, but nobody has explained to me why that makes reasonable sense for the city to do that. So my final point, I won't carry on or pontificate for too long, but has anyone taken the time to look at what the actual dollar value of the cannabis market in Nanaimo is? I know I have, because it's my business to know that information. No one's asked me what it is. It's way smaller than most people would think. There are less than 20% of cannabis users in the city of Nanaimo, okay? It's not like liquor, where you're looking at 70, 80, 90% of the consumers in the city use liquor. It's less than 20%. And those people only spend an average of $50 per month on cannabis. It's just not that much money. So having an open-ended number of cannabis retail stores in the city, what you'll have is a situation where they're only going to get 18%, okay? That's the number. In case you're interested, the province is going to allow the cannabis retailer to earn 18% margin. I know that because we're a supplier. So 18%. If you have an unlimited number of cannabis stores set up in Nanaimo, nobody's going to make any money. And what's going to happen? Back to the black market. We need to be smart about what we do here and set a limit on the number of stores, put them in the locations where they're going to be profitable. Because the only way this process succeeds and works is if the city is smart about what they do and create bylaws that, rather than hinder the growth of these cannabis stores, because they're coming, it's going to happen no matter what you do, if the city is not smart about it, doesn't create a policy and a bylaw that supports a few really good stores that are properly run, then you're just going to be back to the situation that exists today, okay? It's these people that are currently running fly-by-night dispensaries.
You have 1 minute, sir. 1 minute. 1 minute.
1 minute? Okay. The people who are currently running fly-by-night dispensaries who do not test their product. I have a cannabis laboratory. There's 3 dispensaries I know of that are saying they test all their product. They don't test any of their product, okay? These people are just going to go back underground. You're going to have them go back to the way it was 10 years ago before there existed a legal potential, well, quasi-legal, constitutionally protected cannabis store is what we have now. And the owners and operators are going to go and step back. They're going to do home delivery. They're going to set up on the internet and be fly-by-night. That's going to happen. You can bet on it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Councillor Armstrong.
Just to clarify, just so that you know, it was Dr. Perry Kendall and the medical health officers that lobbied the government not to have them in the liquor stores or near them, just for your info.
I see no further questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The next delegation is Leo Therian of the Northgate Liquor Store.
Your Worship, councillors, had I known Mr. Wiltshire was going to be here, I wouldn't have bothered. He's much more eloquent than I am. But I do take exception to that 1.3. Both CRS may not be located adjacent or in close proximity to a nightclub or liquor store. That doesn't make no sense to me either. None. The wording took me by surprise, to tell you the truth. Because when all this started, we were speculated to be the ones to go to in retail of cannabis. And I'm talking about the LRS stores. And it makes sense. Our locations have already been vetted for neighborhood impact, for proximity to schools, churches, etc. And this wording, I don't think, even belongs in that bylaw criteria. To what purpose? We are already there. And Mr. Wiltshire said, location is going to be paramount to the success of these stores and to the elimination of the black market. That's a fact. That's the way it's going to be. So I don't really have a lot to say. Did everybody get their handout? This piece of paper I gave? According to the Center for Addiction and Mental Health in Toronto, they say there is no evidence as to whether selling cannabis and alcohol alongside one another encourage or facilitate co-use. So there's conflicting opinions out there, for sure. Mr. Lindsay, the provincial government will allow a common vestibule to the retail space of cannabis and alcohol. A common vestibule. 2 different retail outlets, but a common vestibule. Now, Nova Scotia has gone one step further, and they are actually building government stores within their liquor stores. So they've got the store within the store model in Nova Scotia. So, you know, there's plenty of evidence to support the fact that liquor retail and cannabis retail should probably, you know, be hand in hand, if not hand in hand. You know, close proximity is certainly not an issue. And that's pretty much all I've got to say.
I got a quick question, please.
Councillor Yocum.
Thank you, sir, for the presentation. Just educating myself, my 2 cents worth, I like the idea of the store in the store. Can you elaborate a little bit how that works in Nova Scotia?
If you go on the website, you could see they've got a short video of, they do have their stores built. They're just waiting for October 17th when the federal government says it's okay to go. And the store within the store is they have a wall, floor to ceiling, within the liquor store. And when you go through that portal, you are into the cannabis store.
Yeah. Just
That's
like
the
when you
store
go to-
within the store.
Yeah, it makes sense. The other stores go get a lot of things. I see down the road there, there'll be drive-throughs. There'll be drive-throughs down the road.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'm digressing, but thank you.
Okay. Anyone else?
Thank you very much, sir. I see no further questions for you. Thank you. So, Councillor Fuller, can you read the motion, please?
I would move that smoking regulation bylaw, no? Oh, sorry. It is smoking, though. Okay, where am I here? Right. That zoning amendment bylaw 2018, number 4500-127, to regulate the sale, production, processing, and distribution of cannabis within the city of Nanaimo pass first reading.
Thank you. And seconded by Councillor Armstrong. For discussion, Councillor Bestwick.
Thanks very much. Questions to staff? This is the first iteration of the recommended zoning amendment bylaw. And the third recommendation is going to be that we advertise for a public hearing. And I assume at the public hearing, we're going to have members of the public and private retailers and so on and so forth, or people that may wish to make application, coming and querying or questioning or contributing to what the bylaw that we've already will approve first and second reading. Is that the place where these folks that have come to present tonight, in advance of that, to make their recommendations to council for potential amendments to the bylaw? Because I'm hearing some extremely, so the first opportunity that I had to read this was when we received it on Thursday, Friday. And the I-4 zones only for cannabis companies. The location beside an LRS, adjacent to, or within, and anecdotally, I understood coming from the province was going to be that you could be within the same footprint of an existing LRS, providing that you had a separate entrance exit, and that the store of the cannabis outlet could not be less than 800 square meters square. Now, based on what I'm hearing tonight, that isn't what I understood to have been the case some days or weeks ago, which comes as a little bit of news. So I guess my question is, should we be doing the public hearing first?
So maybe to your first question, I think in terms of the delegations you've received this evening, yes, that's the type of input that we will be hoping to get at the public hearing. So the idea is that this bylaw amendment would follow the same as any other bylaw amendment. The council gives it first and second reading, goes to the public hearing. Council has the opportunity to hear from people who believe they're impacted by the bylaw amendment, whether they're property owners, future operators, concerned citizens, anybody who wants to come to the public hearing. After that time, council's heard from your task force, you've heard from the neighborhood, you've heard from staff. Council weighs that input and makes a determination. What's slightly different here is you're going to be making a determination on the zoning bylaw, but also once that's adopted, we'll also be asking council to make a final determination on the criteria. And it is the input that I've heard this evening, a lot of the input you've heard is not around the zoning bylaw amendment per se, but around what criteria should be in place that will be used to vet applications that are made in the future. But to this point, we have not opened up the opportunity for individuals to make application. We won't do that until after these bylaws are approved. But other than that, we're following the normal process we would with any zoning bylaw amendment.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the explanation. What I'm finding is that these things are intertwined, though. The zoning bylaw and the regulations that people are going to be anticipated or expected to follow. And so there's things inside here right now, contained in here, that I won't likely be able to support following the public hearing, because I don't think that I'm going to learn anything at the public hearing that there may be other things, but not right now. So I might not even support the 4,500-127 right now. Which puts me in a compromising position going into a public hearing, saying, I don't support it. Or if I choose not to support the bylaw now at first and second reading, and I'm supposed to be open-minded when I go to the public hearing. So I'm almost feeling conflicted.
I wonder if we can have the clerk review once again the process of bylaw adoption, first, second, third, and adoption.
Thank you, Your Worship. The proper procedural process is to have, the first reading is the bylaw is introduced and put on the floor. The second reading is typically and traditionally when you would have discussion and/or make amendments to the bylaw. The third reading, you should be done. It should be as it should be at that point. And if there was any changes or amendments that you would like to make, you would rescind the third reading and make those amendments and changes. And then, obviously, the fourth reading is the adoption. So the trick of having a public hearing after second reading is that you are to hear from the public. You shouldn't debate, question, get engaged in a debate with people at a public hearing. You should be there to hear them. And then after the public hearing is closed, you shouldn't receive any new information. You can ask questions to staff, but you shouldn't receive any new information. And you would then pass third reading and then adoption. So the time to do it or hear from people to make amendments to a bylaw would be at the second. This is a little bit different, as Mr. Lindsay is saying, because not only is it the bylaw, but it's regulations. So there's a little bit of a twist to this particular issue, but that's how readings of bylaw typically work.
Thank you. Councillor Brennan.
Thank you. I think that Mr. Wiltshire and Mr. Theron made some points that we should pay attention to. What I'm wondering is, with regard to not having a liquor store and cannabis retail, either adjacent to or within close proximity, how did that come to form part of these recommendations for regulation?
Your Worship, through Councillor Brennan, again, hard time speaking for the deliberations of the committee, but generally it came from around the discussion that the province, again, is making the determination that they should be kept separate. And they had a rationale for that they be kept separate, they not be allowed to cohabitate in one store, so to speak. So the task force believed, again, that there should be some consideration to continue along that theme, that the separation continue, but they did not put, again, a specific distance or separation, just that we be mindful and give some consideration to it. If this was a recommend, going back to the earlier question about, I think Councillor Bestwick's about amending, because these are guidelines for rezoning, council has opportunity. You could direct that be amended now if you felt you had sufficient input. You could send it through the public hearing, but there will be, I want to clarify, there will be opportunity after the public hearing to make amendments to the guidelines, because they're not a bylaw. So if council adopts the zoning amendment bylaw, which I'm not hearing major issues with, but assuming that's done, council can make amendments to all or part of the guidelines, whether that be now or 6 months from now. They're simply policy, it's a policy document.
Okay. Just two questions that arise out of that then. the province has encouraged this sort of non-proximity, not adjacent. So it sounds to me like you're saying the province encouraged this, but they haven't, clearly they haven't made it a rule or a regulation that must be adhered to.
Sorry, Your Worship, the only specific requirement from the province, as I understand it, is that they cannot be in the same store.
Same store.
They cannot be
No
in
store
the same
within a
store.
store.
Every province has dealt with it differently, but in BC, not in the same store.
And my final question then is, there are two opportunities for us to amend this if we wanted to. One would be right now by striking that out. And the second opportunity could be after the public hearing.
That is correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. I'd just as soon test it now and see how that goes. Your Worship, if when you're ready for a motion on this, I would make that motion that it be
There's a motion on the floor.
to adopt it, but I would make a motion to amend it, to amend the motion by striking the adjacent and proximity.
That's at the second reading.
All right, shall we bring,
I don't know where we are. Doesn't
Ms. Gray, would it be appropriate to just bring it forward to, on first reading and call a question with respect to getting it on the floor technically?
Yes, so the motion
get
on the
a
floor
second.
right now is for first reading. I suggest that you carry on with doing the first reading, and then at the second reading, you could amend it.
Okay.
Thank you. If council is okay with that, we'll just call a question on the first reading, and then I'll keep the speakers list for second. Okay, thank you.
Actually, I might not even need to talk with the second if I can ask this question. Now,
What, to bring it to the floor, Councillor?
no, it's already on the floor. I want to speak to first reading. And because there's some conversation has come through here that I want to address at first reading. And then we can move on and make those amendments. But I want to ask a question right now or make a statement.
I suppose so.
Suppose so. Cool. I've been supposed, so.
No, Councillor, to be honest with
yeah,
you,
no,
we're trying to get it moved to
I
second
know
reading.
you are, I know you are, and I will totally agree with what's going to happen, but I need to say something. Have we had public consultation on this, for one? That's my first question. It's a simple yes or no.
There was opportunity at every task force meeting to allow for input and presentations, and there was a number of delegations that presented at the task force.
Thanks, I appreciate that. Correct me if I'm wrong, but when we do hit the public hearing, third reading is right after the public hearing, and you don't get any chance to listen to anybody about anything. So I don't have a problem with that second reading passing that. I actually brought up that whole idea. I thought it silly myself. But somewhere in between second reading and whether it passes or not, and the public hearing, I would like to see some community input. We do it all the time. You know, get some poster boards together with the bylaw, take them out to the different areas of the community, and let them give some input prior to the public hearing as well. Because once the public hearing is done, this is almost inevitable. It goes straight to third reading, and bing, bang, boom, we're done. So I just want to make sure that the public has some input on this as well. So that's all I want to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Call a question. All those in favor?
First
Opposed?
reading.
Show Councillors Hong and Bestwick opposed. All right. Councillor Fuller, can you read out second reading, please?
Move that zoning amendment bylaw 2018 number 4500.127 pass second reading.
Thank you. So I have Councillor Brennan, are you complete?
Your Worship, Just to jump in, I apologize. I just want to clarify that Councillor Brennan would actually like to amend the bylaw, and she's not talking about the guidelines. Because like Mr. Lindsay was saying, that criteria can be changed, and it's separate from the bylaw. So
She
it
wants
can
to
be
change-
changed at any time. You could not approve any of it. You could change some of it. You could make some changes. Mr. Lindsay, if you could just jump in and explain again what he was speaking about.
And I think this is maybe where we're complicating it, I apologize. Normally you would just be dealing with an amendment bylaw, first and second reading, and that would be going to public hearing. Because there's some zoning criteria that we believe that the community should also have the opportunity to provide you input on, because you're ultimately as council going to be able to, or you're going to need to make a determination about what are the necessary criteria that we'll use to evaluate them. We believe that those criteria should also be forwarded to council, to the public hearing. So the amendment bylaw, as I mentioned, is really, and I haven't heard a lot of discussion tonight about the zoning amendment bylaw itself. It's to deal with clarification around having a separate definition for cannabis retail and for where production would be allowed for in the community. Most of the discussion I'm hearing around the table is around the actual rezoning criteria, which is item 3 under the recommendation. So you can pass the first 2 amendments, and then with item 3, you can amend the criteria. And I think that's where Councillor Brennan was heading. You can amend the criteria now, this evening, or you could wait until you've had further opportunity, or you could do both. You could amend tonight, get further opportunity, and amend it again after you've had further input from the community.
Thank you. Councillor Brennan.
Well, because so this is the criteria. I'm still not clear. Is this part of the bylaw then?
No, the zoning criteria are not part of the amendment bylaw. The amendment bylaw stands alone, but the amendment bylaw does set up a system where rezoning will be required in order to establish a store. What we're saying, and the task force is recommending, is that we have some criteria in place to assist staff, and assist ultimately council in evaluating those applications. So it's not part of the bylaw.
So our next action will be to pass second reading, yes? And that will or will not include the rezoning criteria?
It will not.
Okay, so there's no point in making an amendment at this point? No. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hong.
Thank you. It just seems like we're making a bigger mess than this should be. Because the previous presentation you present to us, Mr. Lindsay, I look at the processing times, 37 weeks to rezone. So realistically, it's going to take a good year for us to have a legal cannabis store in here. After it says now that we should talk to the community, neighborhood association, community vitality, design advisory, the RCMP, neighbors, all of these things. When are we going to get a cannabis store? At 18% markup, there isn't a lot of margin, because this is going to be exactly like how the liquor store is going to be. You're going to have to buy it from the province. So how are we going to make this a viable business other than slap a whole bunch of red tape on business owners? You know, I have concerns about what BC Liquor Store is going to do with 1.3. I assumed that they were going to have their own stores next to their liquor stores. So that criteria just seems to be already out of whack for me, unless the government has said they're not going to get involved with it. But that still hasn't been the case. So I'm not supporting this overall in principle, because my main reason, rezoning takes 37 weeks. Pretty much it. We're not going to see a cannabis store here until late next year, because we know we're not doing anything during election time, and then it's Christmas, and then all the other stuff, and then we approve this amendment, then people are going to apply, and it goes to different committees. It's going to be a good year before we see this. So I just don't support any of this. We just need to figure out how to get this October 27th is the date. I like to see a liquor store here in January of 2019, or a cannabis store in here in 2019. How do we make that happen? So I won't support any of this until we come up with something, because it doesn't seem to make any sense to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gurry?
Thank you, Worship. I just wanted to make sure it was really clear to council, if you turn to page 79 of your agenda, that is the bylaw that you are giving first and second reading. You've given first reading and you'll be giving second reading to. The actual cannabis retail store rezoning criteria that's on page 77 and 78, you are not voting on and you are not approving. It is just there, and you'll be asked for further input down the road. So just, you're not making any decisions on 77 and 78. The bylaw is page 79 and 80.
Thank you very much. Councillor Yocum?
Krista makes it a heck of a lot clearer. Oh, so hell. Anyway, so, because with back on page 77 and 78, I want somewhere though in these motions, 1, 2, and 3, somewhere preferred between 2 and 3, if we pass number 2, is to include a community consultation happening. Some numerous people have suggested, because I get we're discussing page 79 right now and fast first and second reading. At the same time, I would like to get the ball rolling to discuss for the cannabis retail store rezoning criteria, because this will steer a lot of things. And there's been, so first time many of us read it in the last few days, and we'll hear more people's take on that piece. So if there's a way, Ms. Gurry, if we can somehow include community consultation between 2 and 3, because as a rule, I know we could, but public hearings, we do go straight to voting on it, as a rule, for the last 3.5 years. And there's really been no space to wordsmith and make amendments, because we haven't. And this is too important of a subject not to have a little bit of discussion on, and we have to get it right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thorpe?
Thank you, Chair. It's unfortunate that the process, to me, this evening seems so confusing and challenging. I will be supporting the zoning amendment bylaw second reading. I think we need to move on with that. I'm not comfortable with the criteria at this point, which I recognize is something separate. I'm also not comfortable making changes or amendments to criteria tonight on the fly, just having heard, and the delegations made good points, but I'm sure there'll be other good points made at a future public hearing. So I would like to certainly wait and deal with those amendments at a future time. But coming back to the zoning amendment bylaw, I will support second reading on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fuller?
And I go back to what I mentioned before, and I'm looking at the summary points on page 75, and it's flat out, it says zoning amendment bylaw 2018 number 450 127, if adopted, will amend zoning bylaw 400 to regulate the production, processing, distribution, and retail sale of cannabis in the city of Nanaimo. If that's what it's going to do, I want it to have the criteria in it before I pass it, not after it's passed. Because these are the words of staff in the summary points. And I know a lot of work has gone into this, and I know we have a short timeline on this. Like Councillor Hong, I don't smoke pot, I seldom drink, but I would like to see this done by October. I'd like to see us able to say, okay, put in your applications. But the way I read this, without the criteria, how can I adopt the zoning bylaw within it? I just can't do it.
Thank you. Councillor Bestwick?
Thank you very much. Is September the 7th the public hearing date that we're trying to return the subject matter to?
I believe it's the 6th, Your Worship.
Oh, I'm sorry, the 6th, so in the September one? UBCM is the next weekend, I think. In any event, so it's September the 6th is our target. It appears to me there is some confusion, unexpected or unanticipated or otherwise, but I'm honestly wondering if we should refer this matter back to staff, given the fact that there is some confusion, and we're bringing it to the public hearing in September the 6th in any event, which will give everybody more time to understand then what the difference between this is and a normal process, because this is slightly off, as I've heard from our legislative services person and Mr. Lindsay. So I'm quite comfortable to keep going with number 2 and number 3, but at the same time, are we going to find ourselves being redundant because we're going to do this possibly, or in all likelihood, following the public hearing or the meeting after? All over again with new information, with more speakers, with more people bringing information forward. So as opposed to trying to make a decision or changes on the fly, I'd rather do the public hearing first. I don't know what our hurry is. Every applicant has to go through the province first. And the province is going to send the application back with a check mark or a thumbs up on it or a thumbs down on it. And then the municipality is going to deal with that application. Well, that's the way I've been led to believe that it works. That's the first step in the process, is going to the province. And if you check all the boxes, then they send it back and say, sure, now municipality, you deal with it. So for me, there's a lot of work that still needs to be done before we have one intake. And I don't even want to talk about edibles and oils yet, but I think that's coming. So I don't think personally, I don't think we're ready to do this, and I don't know how it's going to fundamentally change anything between now and October the 27th or whatever the date is.
Thank you. Councilor Brennan.
Thank you, Your Worship. I respect Ian's advice here. I think that there's only one tripping point that I can see we're having here, and that's around proximity and adjacency of liquor stores and cannabis retail. That can be dealt with after the public hearing. If we wanted more public input in between now and the public hearing, we can take it out to the community and have discussions, and then there'll be a full public hearing, and then we can decide to adopt it as is, or we can send it back and change it. But we're just dealing with the criteria, not the bylaw. So I think we are equipped at this point to proceed, and we should do that. We've spent a lot of time. I recall being here 2 years ago for the UBCM asking council to support my motion to get started on it, and we didn't. And now we are, we're racing a little bit to get this work done, but we can get it done. And I think we should move on with it. We've got time available for community consultation, and we have a public hearing, so I would say move on with it.
Thank you. Councilor Fuller.
If I could be assured we will have that community consultation between second and third reading, I would support second reading. But otherwise, if I can't be assured of that, I will not support second reading.
Councilor Hong.
Thank you. I can't support this. I think it's just inadequate and it's vague, like I said before, because of the fact that the online portal is now opened. If Leo makes an application to the province to put a cannabis store next to his liquor store, and ours says it's not relevant, but it is part of this rezoning criteria of recommendations. So if we either scrap all of these recommendations, because Leo can't make application right now, because he doesn't know what we're allowed to do. and the portal's open. So we need to deal with our criteria for rezoning before he can do anything, because he's not gonna waste $7,500 on an application and to come back, or whatever they're charging, to come back that he can't meet the criteria. So we're wasting everybody's time in doing this until we solve this. Who cares about this bylaw right now? Because this criteria is the most important thing that we need to get done now. The bylaws are just simple readings. If you can get this part sorted out with the criteria, the rest is easy. So we shouldn't be discussing bylaws, and we shouldn't be wasting Leo's time and everybody else that wants to make an application, because they don't know what we're doing. We don't know what we're doing. So let's figure that out first, so they can actually move on with their business. So I won't support any of this until we sort this part out properly. Thank you.
Thank you. I expect I know what Ms. Gurry's going to say, but I'm here to vote on the bylaw tonight. Nothing more. I'm not here to vote on the criteria. If council wants to have a separate discussion about criteria, then we can have that at some other point. But I'm here to vote on the bylaw, get it moving.
And Your Worship, just to one more time, just so council hopefully can all be on the same page. Yes, we're only giving first and second reading to the bylaw that's on page 79 of your agenda. The actual cannabis retail store rezoning criteria, you're not making a decision on tonight. And what Mr. Lindsay was saying earlier is that the reason you're not making a decision on this tonight, and this is just the first crack at it, is because he wants to hear from, they've only heard from the school district so far. He wants to take the opportunity of tonight's meeting, the public hearing, and all the discussion that happens then, as well as further communication with council after that public hearing process to get the criteria right. So this criteria is not done yet, and the input received from all of those different formats is what will provide more input and feedback to this document.
Thank you very much. Councillor Armstrong.
And just, thank you. Before we can even have zoning criteria, whatever, we need the bylaw. So we need to vote on the bylaw, then we do the zoning criteria afterwards. Is that not correct?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand that question. Can you?
Well, in order to, like, we need a bylaw, right? And then from there, then you develop your criteria for the bylaw after the bylaw's been established. Or do we want to do it the opposite way? This is, I think, where we're all getting confused on.
From the retail store perspective, the bylaw simply clarifies, the bylaw, if it's adopted, clarifies that cannabis stores are something distinct and different from retail.
Yes, that's
so that
it.
if you want to set up a cannabis store in the future, you need to do like we did with liquor stores, you need to apply for rezoning.
Yes.
Full stop. There's no requirement under legislation that you actually have to have criteria to
Thank you.
evaluate applications
That's what
at all. You could adopt the bylaw and have no criteria, just nothing. I'm not saying that staff would recommend that. That's not the recommendation of the task force. I think you should have
We
some
need the
guiding
bylaw
principles
first.
to help you
Yes.
evaluate these applications, what they are, how you want to amend them, I think will change. A lot of discussion tonight around separation, whether stores should be separated from liquor stores. Valid point. Council could decide now or another night that that's not an important criteria. Just like you also, I think you have to have some final discussions and considerations about separation from schools. It's 150 in the bylaw right now, or sorry, not in the bylaw, I don't want to make this worse. in the guidelines right now, it's 150 meters, with the school board recommending 300. Council needs to make a final determination after you weigh all that. What do you want to have? You can have nothing if you want. You can amend the guidelines to say we're going to be silent on that issue. But the task force is recommending that there be something, and I think there should be opportunity for people to weigh in on that.
Through you, Steph, though, what we are trying to do is just get the bylaw to the table, and then afterwards we can work on the criteria, correct?
Yes, I agree.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further speakers, I'm going to call a question. All those in,
It has not been given second reading yet. There was, there was a holdup. Councillor Fuller had a further question before giving it second reading. Discussion evolved, and so second reading has not been given yet. So Councillor Fuller, if you wouldn't mind.
I believed
No.
he had too.
Right after I had my question, the mayor asked me to move forward, and I did. I can do it again. Here, I'm going to do it again so that we can get it done. That zoning amendment bylaw 2018, number 4500-127, passed second reading.
Second.
Moved by Councillor Fuller and seconded by Councillor Thorpe. No further speakers. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Show Councillors Hong, Bestwick, and Fuller opposed. Thank you. And the third item.
The council directs staff to proceed and advertise a public hearing related to zoning bylaw amendment number 4500-.127 and the cannabis retail store rezoning criteria. Boom, there it is.
Seconded.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Councillor Yocum.
Just quickly, I obviously want to get this stuff moving, but I'm gonna have to, if there's no community consultation for this piece, I'm not gonna vote in favor of this for that reason, because far too often, when we get to that stage, there is not the space to make the amendment, that we may hear some wisdom, or hear something new, or someone to add something or change. So I would love if we could have a community consultation before that date on whatever it was someone said, September 6th. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Ms. Curry, there will be a specific item at the public hearing relating to this zoning bylaw amendment 4500.127 and the cannabis retail store rezoning criteria. Correct?
That is correct, Your Worship. So at the public hearing, there will be advertisements, et cetera, that there'll be discussion regarding the zoning amendment bylaw that you just gave 2 readings to this evening, as well as the cannabis retail store rezoning criteria. But if I understand the conversation correctly, is that the public hearing is just another tool to hear from the public and get input regarding the cannabis retail store rezoning criteria. The criteria does not need to be decided on at the public hearing, and there could be further engagement afterwards, as well as what is heard at that meeting and learned at that meeting. You can still have further information on that item after the public hearing.
Correct. So just to clarify, at a public hearing, there's no mechanism, nor should there be, to vote on a criteria. It's for bylaw approval.
Even further to that, the bylaw approval happens after the close of the public hearing and once you move back into the council meeting. So that is correct. It's just to be heard at the public hearing.
Thank you. Councillor Yocum?
So if I just correct, from what I'm hearing, just to not try to be repetitive, is at the public hearing, which we do every Thursday, not every Thursday, the first Thursday, people will have the chance to come up and speak on this, on the bylaw. Will there be space somewhere in that evening? Say we pass the bylaw, passes space to talk about the rezoning criteria, which I think we shouldn't be get too stingent on, but that's my view. Will there be space for that? And then I hope we don't go to pass it, because it's not fair for staff or us to go off the cuff and start making knee-jerk amendments without some real thought process. We have to want to absorb what people's input. Am I accurate?
Mr. Lindsay?
If I understood the question correctly.
Yes.
I believe what you're saying is at the night of the public hearing, so on September 6th, the public hearing's held. People are invited during the public hearing portion to come forward. They can make delegations about the amendment bylaw, and they'll also be given opportunities to come forward to give input on the rezoning criteria. At that point, the public hearing, once that's over, the public hearing closes. You return to your council meeting. council typically is considered third reading at that evening, although you don't have to. Council can agree to defer to the next council meeting, but that night you would normally consider third reading because you've heard input from everyone now. It's the opportunity for council to make their determination. So that same evening, after you've considered the bylaw and given it third reading, you could, and if you've heard everything you need to hear at the public hearing regarding the criteria, you could make amendments to the criteria that evening. Likewise, you could leave them as they are. You could wait and to the next council meeting, adopt the zoning amendment bylaw and make the amendments to the guidelines afterwards. Or you could amend the zoning bylaw, and this is the difference between the zoning bylaw and the guidelines. The guidelines are not adopted by bylaw. Council could amend them at any time, at any point. But if back to your specific question, on that night after the public hearing, you could give direction to endorse them as is or amend or alter them as you see fit.
So just for clarity, quick question. Dale, did you say, I think is accurate, is the rezoning criteria can be changed more oftenly than the bylaw? Anytime, I heard.
Well, what I would say is it can be changed more easily than an
Yes.
amendment bylaw, which requires procedural requirements of bringing the bylaw forward, going to public hearing. Guidelines are council's guidelines. You can change them as you see fit.
Crystal clear. Well, no, let me just take that. I'm clearer.
Councillor Fuller.
Well, I go to the motion which states related to zoning bylaw amendment and the cannabis retail store rezoning criteria, public hearing related to. Once a public hearing is done, you cannot hear any other information with regards to what that public hearing states, which would be the zoning and the cannabis retail zoning criteria. As I said, if I am guaranteed, I would like to see both at the same time, not one after the other. So if I could be guaranteed that there would be time prior to the public hearing to get community input on the criteria, and I don't imagine it's going to make for many changes, then I will support this. Otherwise, I will not support it. It's that simple.
Your worship, I don't think it's a matter of staff need to guarantee it. If that's something that council deems to be important, it's something council wants us to do, then the appropriate direction would be to direct staff to host a public open house to provide further input on the bylaw and the rezoning criteria. That would have to be done prior to the public hearing. So if we're not able to schedule a date in the near future, we're kind of running out of days in August, it may mean that the September public hearing item might get deferred till October. But if that's council's desire, it would just require a motion of council.
Okay. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. There's two matters here, and one is that the zoning bylaw amendment 4500.127 in and of itself is separate. And the cannabis retail store rezoning criteria in and of itself is separate. And we're combining the two with and the cannabis retail store rezoning criteria. And you can't have it both ways. You have it one way or the other. We can't say that we're going to talk about 4500.127, but we won't deal with that at the special council meeting immediately following the public hearing because we don't have to, because it's not connected to. But it is connected to, but it isn't. So the fact of the matter is we should be removing and the cannabis retail store rezoning criteria because we're hearing that it's not connected to. But it kind of is, because this one's kind of different. So that's why this subject matter right now is so confusing on technicalities. But we should not be dealing with and the cannabis retail store rezoning criteria. It doesn't fit.
Your worship, just to quickly make it simple, I actually think that that would help council move this forward and satisfy everybody if the mover, Councillor Fuller, and seconder, Councillor Thorpe, would agree to removing the cannabis retail store rezoning criteria from this, and then it could be dealt with separately in a separate motion. Just remove, so the motion would then read that council directs staff to proceed and advertise a public hearing related to zoning bylaw amendment number 4500.127, period.
I've got some concerns about that because we're now we're now separating that. So if I'm going to public hearing on September the 6th, I don't want to see the criteria, period. I just want to see the bylaw. Let's not talk about the criteria that night, because it's irrelevant if we separate these two. I want that criteria to be discussed that night. When we go to vote, we will vote on the bylaw only. Am I correct on that? No, at the public hearing. When we go to third reading, we're not going to be voting on the criteria. We will be voting on the bylaw only.
Your worship, that will be entirely up to council, but I think after the public hearing, council will have the opportunity. You're right, once the public hearing closes and you move into the council meeting, you'll be dealing first and foremost with the amendment bylaw. Because the two are tied, council will have also got input, and based on tonight, it seems like most of the input's not about the zoning amendment bylaw, but actually the criteria. You'll actually be able to endorse the criteria on that same evening if you want to make changes to it after the close of the public hearing in that council meeting on September the 6th. So consideration of third reading and endorsing the guidelines is certainly within the realm of council's authority that evening. Yeah.
So when we get to our special meeting our special council meeting after the public hearing, we could conceivably be dealing with two separate items, agenda items. One being the criteria, and the other one being the bylaw.
That is correct.
So that'd be the neatest way to do it, but just leave this the way it is right now, in my view, because they'll both be on the agenda that night.
That was our thought process behind this, but yes, we agree.
Thank you. So I know we've discussed removing cannabis retail store rezoning criteria. Is it clearer to council to just leave it in? Okay. Councillor Hong?
Thank you. Just a question. Again, I'm still stuck in this 37 weeks of getting rezoning. If we, in our infinite wisdom of council, decide to say that, hey, if you have a liquor store, and you want to put it next to your liquor store, and the public says that's good, how do we avoid them from waiting 37 weeks to rezone? Can that be added into, apparently, our zoning bylaw, that if you put it next to a liquor store or 50 meters or whatever it is, you're automatically approved? So when can we do something like that? So I'm stuck on this 37 weeks. How do we make that go faster? That's my problem.
Yeah, your worship, there's a two-part answer to that, and one is, we can look at the individual processing time for the applications, but the committee did look at this issue, and it is one of the most significant issues that the committee had attempted to address, and that is, how do you deal with cannabis stores? And there's really two principal approaches. One is you deem them to be retail and allow them everywhere in every zone that allows retail throughout the community. In the case of Nanaimo, that would be hundreds of properties. And retail is allowed, in everything from our local service centers right through to our major urban nodes. Some communities have taken that approach. The recommendation of the task force was not to allow it generally on any property that allows retail, that like liquor stores, it's something different that requires special consideration, and that we instead have a specific use of cannabis stores, which requires rezoning. Council could disagree with the task force's recommendation and say that, no, we want it to be an outright permitted use in every zone that allows retail. That would be a substantial change from what the task force is recommending, but that is certainly with something council could direct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fuller.
And I'm stuck on after the public hearing, you can't receive any further information. And with that, the rezoning criteria included in the public hearing, you can't receive any further information. So you might want to do it the same night, but legally, I don't think you can. I just don't think you can, unless we put off third reading.
That only applies to the bylaw, Councillor.
That isn't guaranteed, no.
Your worship, I think that applies to bylaws, but also we're not suggesting that at the council meeting following the public hearing that you would take further input on the criteria. in our minds, when we put this together, you've had the opportunity to hear from everyone who wants to provide you input at the public hearing. Councils in theory gathered all the information that they can gather, and they can make a determination. There's no need for further public input on that. Council can debate the item. That's not new information. Council can consider it, and council could even defer it. None of that is new information. It's really, and it's not a legislative requirement, it's case law about not receiving new information.
Without the public input, I just can't support this, because I can see us, we're in a hurry to do this. We need to get it done by October. If we have the public hearing on the 7th, and we move the cannabis rezoning criteria to the next council meeting, which would be the 11th or whatever, that does not give a lot of time for the public to have input. Sure, they can come and speak to the bylaw at the public hearing, but you're not going to allow them to speak to the cannabis retail zoning criteria, because it's a public hearing about a bylaw.
Sorry, Your Worship, that's
So you wouldn't
incorrect. That's not correct. Our intention that evening is to give people the opportunity to speak to both the bylaw and the rezoning criteria. That's very important to note, that the opportunity will be at the public hearing will be on both. And then after, they would be given council, that public hearing closes, council has the opportunity to vote on the bylaw. It would be problematic, and I agree with Councillor Fuller, it would be problematic, I believe, to have the public hearing and then at a future council allow delegations to come and speak to the criteria, because it would be difficult to speak to the criteria and not speak to the bylaw.
Exactly.
So I think the appropriate approach is the one outlined in the report, to refer to the public hearing and make a determination after the close of the public hearing, no further public input after that. If council, again, feels it's important to have an additional opportunity for public consultation, then that should occur before the public hearing.
Thank you. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. I certainly don't want to prolong this, but I'm going to support the recommendation as it stands, and I think I'm getting a little bit of clarification now that when we have the third reading, we will also have discussion on the criteria, and I look forward to that. There's one thing that I think maybe we're ignoring here a little bit, and I think it's doing a disservice, and that is the Cannabis Task Force that made recommendations that involved members of the public. And yes, we might feel that we want to tweak those or in fact add to them or change them or what have you, but I think we have to acknowledge that the public was involved in the task force and that they have brought those recommendations forward, and I think they are a good starting point. So I'm quite happy to proceed tonight, move this on, go to the public hearing, and have a chance to hear other criteria, suggestions at that point. Thank you.
Thank you. See no further questions. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Show Councillors Bestwick and Fuller opposed. Motion carries. And Hong, thank you. Motion carries. So it is now 9:29. We had a scheduled recess as per the agenda for 10 minutes. Was scheduled for 9. We will recess now. We just voted on number 3.
There will be a new decorum statement read out at the start of each meeting to ensure proper decorum is taking place and to assist the chair in his duties. So the proper rules of order and the decorum will be as follows. There will be only one speaker at a time that will have the floor as directed by the chair of the meeting. There will be no interruptions or call-out comments while another person has the floor. Anyone speaking out without having been acknowledged by the chair will be found out of order. If that person does not refrain from speaking without having been acknowledged by the chair, then he or she will be required to leave. For the members of the public speaking, the comments need to be respectful and constructive. Discriminatory or defamatory comments or comments that are in the nature of harassment will not be tolerated, and anyone engaging in such communications will be found out of order. Some examples of behavior that won't be tolerated at a council meeting are as follows. 1. Harassment. In terms of comments about city employees, employees of the City of Nanaimo have a right not to be subjected to discriminatory or defamatory comments or personal attacks against their competency or character. All speakers must refrain from such comments about identifiable staff. Comments should be limited to issues regarding the city's policies or operations. Number 2. Section 7 of the Human Rights Code prohibits a discriminatory publication because of race, color, ancestry, place of origin, religion, marital status, family status, physical or mental disability, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity or expression, or age. Discriminatory comments will not be tolerated. Number 3, defamation is publication about a person that tends to hurt that person's reputation. Defamatory comments will not be tolerated. Please stick to known facts and keep the dialogue respectful and constructive.
Fire engines, sparkling, red, and mesmerizing on the streets, command attention wherever they go, and for good reason. Even as children, we learn to recognize firefighters as community helpers. Nanaimo Fire Rescue, our local career department, is always ready to respond to an emergency call. As first responders, saving lives is a serious part of their team's objective. And that begins long before an emergency call. This team is taking the time to remind the public about the importance of working smoke alarms. In 2016, there were 98 structure fires in Nanaimo, and only 25 of those had working smoke alarms.
Hello.
Hi there, we're here from the Nanaimo Fire Department. We want to talk to you about your smoke alarms in your homes.
I'd like that.
Did you know in the event of a house fire, you have less than 3 minutes to exit your home?
Really? Fire can spread that quickly?
Absolutely it can.
Well, really doesn't give one much time, does it?
Without a working smoke alarm, your chance of injury or even death in a structure fire is 75%.
That's why we'd really like to check your smoke alarms today in your home to make sure that they are working properly.
Working smoke alarms do save lives.
Statistically, in BC, roughly 36% of homes have working smoke alarms, while in Nanaimo, it's a low 25%.
Okay, great, it works. When was the last time you changed the battery in the smoke alarm?
I'm not sure. I never write it down.
For battery-operated smoke alarms, it's good to change the battery once every 6 months. In my personal home, I change the battery when I change the clocks.
Spring ahead, change the battery. Fall back, change the battery?
Yes, absolutely. Let's go check the other smoke alarm.
Sure.
Ideally, every sleeping room should have a working smoke alarm, but at the very least, one on each floor in the hallway leading to all sleeping rooms is a must. Over time, a smoke alarm sensor can be affected by pet hair, cooking smoke, and dust. Replace your smoke alarms every 10 years. Don't rely on outdated smoke alarms to keep your family safe.
This smoke alarm doesn't work.
Oh, I guess I forgot to change the battery.
Yes, it's also 12 years old, so smoke alarms should be changed every 10 years, even if they're hardwired or battery powered. Would you like me to change this one for you now?
Yes, please, that'd be great.
We do have this waiver that we need you to sign.
Working smoke alarms will give you a warning that there is smoke present in your home and that you should get out quickly and stay out. These aren't just tips. Having working smoke alarms and a complete fire escape plan could save you and your family's lives. So test your smoke alarms every month, change your batteries twice a year, and replace your smoke alarms every 10 years. Because as ready as Nanaimo Fire Rescue is, you don't want to be caught in a fire.
Did you know that the City of Nanaimo, along with experts in the community, have identified 22 natural and man-made disasters that can impact residents in their daily lives? Recently, the province of BC has seen several emergencies, some of which have impacted Vancouver Island. There's never been a better time for our residents to know what the risks are in our community, make a plan, make an emergency kit, and prepare their loved ones. A lot of the literature out there says that residents need to be prepared for 72 hours. But because we live on Vancouver Island, we recommend that you're ready for 7 days. Water is one of the most critical supplies that you need to put in a kit for your family, for your loved ones, and for your pets. The recommended amount per day is 2 liters per person, and that's for cooking, drinking, and for sanitation. Let's open up a kit. So here is your typical emergency kit. They don't take up a lot of room. And some of the necessary supplies that you need can all fit almost in one bag. So here you have, for example, an emergency blanket, gloves, a crank radio flashlight. This is a very important item to include in it. If we had an earthquake, a lot of the information that the City of Nanaimo will be sending out will be over the radio stations, the local radio stations. So this is going to be one source of information for you to find out what is going on in the community and what the City of Nanaimo is doing. As well, we recommend things such as light sticks, goggles, masks, tape. We also have some rope. Having an extra tarp in it in case you're not able to go back into your home will provide you with shelter, keeping you dry. Other supplies in addition to your water would be first aid supplies. This will help you to treat your family and your loved ones for any minor injuries that may occur. In addition to your first aid kit and your water, as well as your supplies, you also need to ensure that you have non-perishable food items. Items such as granola bars, pre-made pastas, soups, trail mix. Those are the types of items that will help you to keep yourself sustained post-emergency. One thing that I would like to remind our residents is not to be overwhelmed by this process. A lot of the items that you need are found within your own homes. All you have to do is put them together into a centralized place. You can put them in a backpack or a bag such as this and make your kit. It should be maintained every 6 months. When you change the batteries in your smoke alarm, change the supply in your kits. That could include changing out your water, changing out those non-perishable food items, and making sure that your kit stays fresh so that if you ever do need that kit, it is always ready to go. I encourage our residents to go and visit the City of Nanaimo website under the Emergency Management section. There's a whole section on personal preparedness with information, checklists, all of the supplies that you need to make your kit for your home. I encourage you to go and look at and start making your kit today.
There will be a new decorum statement read out at the start of each meeting to ensure proper decorum is taking place and to assist the chair in his duties. So the proper rules of order and the decorum will be as follows. There will be only one speaker at a time that will have the floor as directed by the chair of the meeting. There will be no interruptions or calls.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We'll resume the meeting now. The next item on the agenda is the off-street parking regulation bylaw, to be introduced by Mr. Dale Lindsay. Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you, Worship. Staff have been before you, I believe, 2 or 3 times now with updates on the bylaw as the drafting has progressed. Most recently, I think we were here possibly 2 council meetings ago. So this evening is taking the first formal step, and that's the actual introduction of an amendment bylaw for a new off-street parking bylaw. Again, this evening recommending that the bylaw receive first and second reading and proceed to public hearing for input.
Thank you very much. Can we have somebody, or Councillor Fuller, can you move the motion, please, for first reading, to get on the floor?
The City of Nanaimo Off-Street Parking Regulations Bylaw 2018, number 7266, to regulate parking within the City of Nanaimo, pass first reading.
Seconded.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councillor Fuller, seconded by Councillor Thorpe. Call a question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Councillor Fuller.
That the City of Nanaimo Off-Street Parking Regulations Bylaw 2018, number 7266, pass second reading.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Thorpe. Thank you. Discussion. Council. No? Right. Call the question then. All those in favor? Opposed? Seeing none. Councillor Fuller.
Motion that council direct staff to proceed and advertise for a public hearing related to the City of Nanaimo Off-Street Parking Regulations Bylaw 2018, number 7266, and the City of Nanaimo Parking Variance Policy.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Discussion. Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you. I just wanted to congratulate the staff. I thought the report was extremely well done, very well researched, and they took a lot of what came out of the community consultations into, oh my God, consideration. Thank you. So just thank you very much. It was a job very well done.
Thank you. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, through you, I just wanted to make the same comment. I was very impressed with this report, and I appreciated the references to best practice in other communities, and I also really appreciated attachment A, where there was rationale given for each of the proposed changes, which I found very valuable. So thank you, staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we move on, I just wanted to say that that this bylaw exemplifies exactly what we saw in the last one, which is with respect to the guidelines and the terms and definitions that are used. In the last one, we talked about a distance as being defined as the distance from front door to front door. Then in the City of Nanaimo, and we had a mixed hybrid of things in that one there, where we talked about the distance being the front door to an adjacent or local property line. This one is as well confusing because different municipalities use different terms. For example, if we notice, we go through the chart, one example would be one parking space for every 33 square meters of retail space. Another way of putting it would be 5 parking spaces per 100 square meters, and it gets really confusing. So what I did notice in this was that there was a, we were going from about 5 parking spaces per 100 square meters. If you did the conversion to the new language, it would be 3.3 per 100 square meters. So it's heading in the right direction. The only thing I did notice was that on the policy, there was an Appendix A, which had the map. And I believe I brought it up earlier today, that it doesn't show me which area is which there's, the legend was not there. So when we get to the next step, can we have the legend? So that would be 141. So it's referred to in the guidelines or the policy, area 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yet I see all these colors here on the map with no legend. I appreciate that.
We will make that change.
Thank you very much. Any other comments, questions? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, mobile food vending licensing, to be introduced by Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you, Your Worship. As council is aware, I believe it's a year and a half ago, almost 2 years ago now, we first brought in our mobile food vending licensing program within the city of Nanaimo. Staff have taken the last year and a bit to go through and review that, and have come forward with a series of recommendations. Ms. Lainey Rowett, who is your manager of current planning and subdivision, is here this evening, and she's the project lead on this, and I'll just ask her to make some brief introductory remarks to go over the changes.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the purpose of bringing the staff report this evening is to update council on the progress of the mobile food vending licensing program, and also to propose further amendments to our business license bylaw in support of the mobile food vending industry in Nanaimo. A little background is Dale Lindsay provided that council adopted amendments in 2016, and that outlined a process for licensing food vendors, food trucks and trailers, to operate at specific locations on street and in city parks. This was initiated based on interest from business operators as well as policy support in our city cultural plan for Creative Nanaimo, and that's to encourage culinary tourism. Council requested staff review, post-adoption of the bylaw amendments, and the program has been in place now for 2 years. So we've met with park staff, bylaw enforcement staff, business licensing, RCMP, a number of staff members, stakeholder engagement, including the Chamber of Commerce, and also outreach with one-on-one phone interviews with about approximately 20 mobile food operators, food truck operators. And the feedback from that is outlined in the report, so you can read that there. So tonight, the proposed amendments generally include more flexibility for food cart locations and scheduling. So instead of having to pick an annual location that annually they're stuck to, a food cart could pick from week to week what their daily preference would be, and that might be based on demand and time and season. Secondly, also to simplify and reduce the licensing fee structure. And this is really not that we heard feedback that the licensing fee was too much. It's actually quite reasonable is the feedback we got. But for somebody who hasn't done business in Nanaimo, it's just one more thing that would encourage, we think, operators to consider Nanaimo and be less of an impediment for them to come and try our community. Third is to look at extending permitted business hours to allow downtown location, specifically in Dana Kroll Plaza, with extended business hours from 7 a.m. till 3 a.m. in that location. And also to modify some of the locations that we had. The feedback we found was that some of the sites for on-street locations, this street was too steep. There was practical reasons why they had to be changed. So a couple of locations were removed on Albert Street and others were added within city parks. Specifically Queen Elizabeth Promenade, Diana Kroll Plaza, and Larry McNabb Sports Zone. And there were some other minor administrative amendments to references to the Director of Parks, Recreation and Environment. There was other additional recommendations that were recommended through this review, and something that I think has broader implications for outreach and education of the food vendor industry. So that's something we have opportunity to look into in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fuller, you can bring forward the recommendation.
Motion that business license amendment bylaw 2018 number 5351.13 to amend the mobile food vending license process, which allows food trucks and trailers to operate in specified on-street and city park locations, pass first reading.
And seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Thank you. Call the question. All those in favor?
Actually,
Opposed?
I had a
Motion
request to
carried.
speak.
Can you read second, and then we'll discuss it at second, debate at second?
Okay, I can do that then. Say please. No, I'm kidding. A motion that business license amendment bylaw 2018, number 5351.13 pass second reading.
Is there a seconder? Thank you. Councillor Fuller.
Okay. I found one thing really interesting, and at page 149 it states that locations. According to vendors, the amount of pedestrian traffic at a location is the most important factor, other than weather, that influences their success. And it states at the end of the paragraph, modifying locations where they can operate within parks to maximize their visibility to customers. Then if you go to 152, it gives you the modifying locations, talks about Queen Elizabeth Promenade, Diana Krall Plaza, which I'm thrilled at, Larry McNabb Sports Zone. But what I don't see in it is a change in location where food trucks are located at Mafio Sutton Park, because they are not located where the foot traffic is. They're located away from the foot track, and that has been one of the biggest complaints with the food trucks down there, is no one sees them. They all park further down, they go into the park further down. Is there any way that that location and where they set up can be moved closer into the park where the people actually are?
Your Worship, we've had quite extensive dialogue with the Director of Parks, and the location is something that I think is subject to a number of factors, including access to electrical outlets, and potentially conflicts with other park uses. So at this time, although there are potentially a few sites that might be more preferable, this is the direction that Parks has given us.
Okay, and the reason I say this is because I know there's electricity down there at every event. The food trucks are not stuck way up at the back. So if they're not stuck way up at the back for events, why are they stuck way up at the back the rest of the time? With the events, you put them where the people are going to be. So, if no one wants to park where they're not going to be able to serve people, and to me, I do not see that as a good thing. Do I want to support the bylaw changes, the changes to it? Yes, I do. But to me, that is a no-brainer, and it's not being done. I don't know if it was ever discussed with the food truck vendors that have placed their food trucks in there.
Thank you. Councillor Hong.
Thank you, through staff, just for some clarification. Private property, 165. Now, if they're on private property, say someone's parking lot, do they have hours to abide by, or can they operate whatever they want to do?
Depends. Your Worship, sorry, it sounds flippant, but it depends on the area of the community they're in. So the regulations under the business bylaw would apply. So for the majority of the city, there is no restrictions on hours of operation. However, there is some portions of the community, and specifically Departure Bay Beach is one area I can think of, that does have hours of operation. So I believe that those would apply in those specific areas.
Okay, thank you. because I think Angela from Pirates Fish and Chips had an issue with getting 3 tickets for being parked on Skinner Street in a parking lot that somebody else owns overnight or something that she mentioned to me. So that was a question. With regards to then, I think one of these on page 150, priority consideration for city events. I noticed that didn't make it into the changes. Is that correct?
Yes, it's not formally acknowledged as through a bylaw amendment process. That was a recommendation out of conversations we had with the operators and what their wishes are, but that would be something to be further fleshed out. I don't know that its place would be in a bylaw format, but certainly they asked for consideration. Yeah.
Okay, because the next one, like I said, I actually would have concerns for us doing that, because usually I don't know what a city event justifies, because the city does a lot of events, bathtubs, dragon boats, and we sponsor a lot of events. So if those are city-sponsored events, then those private or nonprofit organizations that run those events have preferences to food trucks. And what are their percentage of making that money from those food trucks might differ, as opposed to the city forcing a food truck on them that isn't getting any percentage of the sales of food. So I have an issue with that one, but which is good, it didn't come up on the recommendations. The one I do have a question about is Diana Krall Plaza, allowing those. So what happens if somebody were to have an event at Diana Krall Plaza? Would that be the same rules that would apply, that food carts then get pushed out of the way for a nonprofit organization to have control of that plaza and they can do whatever they want with the food trucks? Or are you now forced to have whoever signed up that day?
Sorry, Your Worship. So you're, I guess there's a distinction between operators who are attending for a special event and those who have pre-selected their time slots for using that space. I think there'd be a distinction made there.
So if you had it pre-selected and somebody came and did an event, you are stuck with those food trucks?
Your Worship, my sense is it would be very similar to, like, with the parks that you're referring to, like Maffeo Sutton, where we sign the agreement with the operator. They're in charge of the entire event. They're in charge of inviting it. So very specifically, they get basically, they're managing that space, for lack of a better term, for the course of the event. So in that case, the food licensor would need to deal with the operator in order to be allowed into that area on those times when Diana Krall was, for example, was being licensed for another venture.
Great, that's what I assume would happen, but this wasn't in the bylaw where a stipulation if somebody were to be in the park, that, because that should be in the actual bylaw. If somebody argues that they paid, they book a slot, and we kick them out because of some vegetarian, vegan event, and this is a pulled pork sandwich place. So I think for clarity that it should be in the bylaw where somebody is renting a park or has access, that they don't have that position. I didn't have any problems with any other ones because there wasn't really issues with those spaces being used, but Diana Krall Plaza, you know, if it gets an uptake on usage, it should be a consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. I'll certainly be supporting the bylaw amendments. I'm pleased that we're doing what we can to support the mobile food vending industry. I think this has been an interesting experiment, and I would like to see it fostered and encouraged further. I like the flexibility of the locations, the extended hours of operation, and the thought that's been given to this. I did have one question related. I found it interesting on page 150, the talk about program coordination, specifically Parksville and the vendors that operate there when they have their market nights and so on, and how they would be maybe interested in coming down to Nanaimo when we have events or evenings. My question is, would those Parksville vendors be required to take out a business license for Nanaimo?
Yes, through the chair, they would be at this time. There was some suggestion or interest in inter-community business license, but that's not something we have at this stage.
That's what I wondered. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify the festival priority. if I'm going to put a festival, I'm an organization, I'm going to put a festival on Commercial Street, and it includes Diana Krall Plaza, let's say from Terminal to Bastion. Any vendors that I put in there at the designated locations would be my choice, as I'm got the whole area. Am I correct?
That's
okay.
correct, Your Worship.
Thanks. I just wanted to clarify that. The other one was I really got to say, I have to say that this report was really good in as much as you went into a lot of detail, peeling back the layers of the onion to try to make these make the food trucks in Nanaimo and surrounding areas successful. And when we get folks at Bathtub and Dragon Boat, for example, that come all the way from Courtenay, because they're big events, and they've done a really good job with that. So I'm going to ask this question, and it's about making everyone successful. I agree with Councillor Fuller on the item with respect to Mafeo, and that is that during festivals, the food trucks are visible. During non-festivals, on a regular workday, they seem to be invisible. They're tucked around a corner. And there should be some way that we could get, whether we've got the bandstand, if you will, not the Rotary or the Lions Club bandstand, but the stage, that we start with an area there. And if that first area is the first one picked, the second one is the second one, and so on, so that becomes where everybody is used to seeing food trucks or vendors. Second thing is, I'm told that some of the vendors have had to put in their own onboard power because of the unreliability of our power at those locations. As far as I know, the power around where the vendors go was intended for their use. I could be mistaken, but that they're completely unreliable. That if there's, they know they're not putting in excess of what the power supply is at any particular one, but they keep blowing fuses. They're unreliable. They're not taking the load they're supposed to. And is there something we can do to? I really like to encourage Parks and Rec to review all of those. I think they would probably all need to be on separate circuits. The circuit breaker needs to be convenient to find, so that if they do blow the breaker, that it's, they don't have to call somebody down from Public Works to attend to it. Because the bylaw, I know it's completely irrelevant to the bylaw, but the bylaw, it went through a lot of lengths to make sure that the food trucks are successful in Nanaimo. It's just one other little suggestion. Thank you. Councillor Hong?
Thank you. Just for clarification, I don't remember reading the bylaw saying that we provide power. Do we? Because that's for $365 for a year of power is a damn good deal. So is that on the bylaw, or did I miss something?
Sorry, Your Worship, I'll have to follow up with you on that one. My understanding was that Parks provided separate agreements if the operators wanted to use the power.
Yeah, because I remember using Diana Krall Plaza and I had to pay $50 a day for power.
That's my recollection on it.
Okay.
But I'll need to follow up with
Good.
Parks Department to be certain.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. That being said, no further speakers. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Councillor Fuller.
Business License Amendment Bylaw 2018, number 5351.13, pass third reading.
And second. Is there a seconder? Second. Seconded by Councillor Thorpe. Thank you very much. Okay, any discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next item. Property disposition, Lot 7, encroachment area adjacent to 4134 Wellesley Avenue. To be introduced by Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is in relation to the closure of a road right-of-way and the sale of a portion of that land to the neighboring property owner at 4134 Wesley Avenue.
Thank you. Councillor Fuller. Or anyone can move the recommendation.
Let someone else.
Councillor Thorpe?
I'll move the motion.
Okay, so Councillor Armstrong will move it. Councillor
1 and 2, yeah.
Thorpe, will you second it?
Seconded.
Thank you.
Both 1 and 2?
1 and 2.
1 and 2.
Yes, seconded.
Thank you. Question, Councillor Armstrong?
No, sorry.
Okay, Councillor Brennan?
Yeah, no questions, just a comment. I won't be supporting this. I haven't supported any of the disposition of that, that property along the lake, specifically because I think that disposition of that property should have been subject to a community consultation and a community, during a community plan or neighborhood plan discussions. So I haven't supported any of them. I'm not just pulling this one out of the pot and saying not this one, just none of them.
Thank you very much. Call the question then. All those in favor? Opposed? Show Councillor Brennan opposed. Motion carries. Next one, rezoning application number RA 389 at 65 and 77 Chapel Street, to be introduced by Mr. Dale Lindsay.
Thank you, Your Worship. As you mentioned, this is an application for rezoning of the subject property in order to allow for a 24-story mixed-use building. You saw images earlier this evening when I did the first presentation on current development applications, but I think it'd be worth just to take a few moments to have Ms. Rowett introduce the application to you and just provide some context. I think it's important around the relevant policies around high-rise development in the downtown and why this site is ultimately supported as a high-rise site. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Rowett.
Thank you. I think we have some just slides that we can display on screen for this information. So just to walk through a bit of context from the official community plan, starting with our highest level of planning guidance. So our overarching document tells us that these properties are located in the downtown center urban node, which is the civic heart of our community. It is intended for intensive mix of commercial, service, high-density residential and public spaces, parks, plazas. Residential density is supported of 50 to 150 or more units per hectare, and that really is intended to make sure we have vitality in our downtown core, and height also up to and including high-rise buildings. Council adopted in 2002 our Nanaimo Downtown Plan, and that is really essentially the neighborhood plan for a downtown community. And policies in that plan are intended to guide our development and revitalization initiatives and projects with the vision of having diversity and interest in our downtown core, and that comes in many shapes and sizes, and many projects we've seen already built out are a demonstration of that. Some of the objectives in the plan specifically reference the need for a substantial increase to residential population downtown, again to support local businesses, encouraging a variety of housing forms, including high-rise developments, and that, of course, being in specific areas, so not all properties necessarily. There is in the plan a map that shows in section 5.1 where these high-rise areas would be. The plan itself actually defines the downtown into 12 distinct character areas, and that was established through stakeholder consultation, community input, and recognizing the different geographic, historical, and character features of each individual neighborhood. So this one is located within the Chapel front character area, and the red star kind of puts it into context right there. And that is an area that envisions high-density, mixed-use neighborhood. So you can see it's kind of a pink shaded area. Those are the areas of downtown that would support or entertain high-rise developments. And high-rise being greater than 6 stories, no limitation beyond that. The high-rise zones are specifically located to preserve major public view corridors. For example, down Comox Street is one. And also the plan establishes further design guidelines and criteria that those high-rises, if they're in that form, specifically have to comply with in terms of their floor plate size and other criteria. So the proposed development that we have in front of us today for 65 and 77 Chapel includes 2 site-specific amendments, zoning amendments to our downtown 5 zone, specifically to increase the maximum density or floor area ratio from 2.3 to 4.25, as well as increasing the maximum building height to allow for that density in a high-rise form from 19.8 meters, which is what the DT5 zone has for a maximum permitted building height, to 78.5 meters. And as Lindsay identified, the development is a 24-story building, 109 residential units. Also included in the development is ground floor commercial units on the Chapel Street side, second floor office space, and a 2-story athletic club, 5 live-work units in a townhouse form, and you can see in the images it'd be the center one facing on the Skinner Street side, as well as underground parking. And you'll see in the report too, there's mention of community contribution to be provided and allocated for 3 different things really. Improvements in Maffeo Sutton Park, as well as a portion allocated to our Housing Legacy Reserve Fund, and also contribution for on-site public art. So in terms of the policy support for this development, and we've worked with the applicant to walk through their proposal, and in terms of the OCP, this is obviously in line with the growth strategy for infill development in our downtown core, which is close to services, amenities, transit. It's located in the Chapel Front high-rise zone in the neighborhood plan and is outside of the major public view corridors. It achieves the mixed use that's envisioned. Its residential density sits at about 250 units per hectare. And just to put that into context, our most recent, I think, high-rise Pacifica is that development down on the waterfront walkway. It was pictured in the earlier photo, is at 445 units per hectare. Also with this development, they would be required through rezoning to, they'll have to provide road dedication and sidewalk along Skinner Street, and that will complete an important pedestrian route. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hong.
Thank you. Through you to staff, with regards to the community contribution, I get why we would put money into Maffeo Sutton Park, and I get why we would put money to the Housing Legacy Reserve, but I don't get how come it's worth $38,000 in public art, because as a developer, they should make it pretty so they can sell it. So can we take that $38,000 and plunk it back into Housing Legacy Fund, or put 100 into Housing Legacy and 400 into the park? Because I don't see us getting any value for that, considering we have a crisis, housing crisis and homelessness and all that, and our reserves are dwindling. So for us to top that up, especially in the downtown core, which I would hope that we can buy A&B Sound or the Gene Burns building if we actually had enough money to build something with affordable housing, since we don't own those, somebody will build something for us. So I'd like to have a nice buffer for the Housing Legacy Reserve Fund, so we can actually have money to make a dent in the issues of affordable housing and everything that we have coming up, because as we know, it is a big topic. So how do we not put that $38,000 into that and get it actually into Housing Legacy? Because that's a priority for everybody.
Your Worship, I think it's important to remember that community contributions ultimately are offered by the applicants. We give them a long list through our official community plan and our downtown plan of things that they may select to contribute to. In this case, this was the package that the development group came forward with. If council thought there should be a reallocation of funds, I think council would make that direction for a request for it to be reconsidered, and we'd have to take that back to the group.
Yeah, because it doesn't seem to make any sense to me when we need this money for housing, and as the mayor said, our parks need money. We keep acquiring parks without any funds to do it. So that makes sense to me. But for public art, which then who actually owns it? So if somebody demolishes it or destroys it or vandalizes it, do we have to pay for it because it's public art then? Like if we're doing public art, I would like to see that Maffeo Sutton Park with our temporary art program and all this other stuff, not in a private developer's piece of property that's not public.
Your Worship, maybe just to add to part of that, I think because the location is somewhat important here. There's a small piece, a sliver of land, if you picture the property comes down, maybe there's an image we can pull up. Is there a page? Page 175, maybe if I can get that. One of the site plans would even be better. So at the very north end of the property, there's a small area there which is currently surface parking. So that area under the development concept, which I believe is on another page. Or maybe best showing them, maybe if I just ask the previous page, 174. Somewhat difficult to see on here, but in the very north end of the buildings, that's a good example, thank you. So at the north end of the building, there is this area that was surface parking that will now be a parkette area. It will continue to be on private property, but it'll be managed and developed as part of this development. Through the downtown plan and the downtown design guidelines, that area was identified as having an area, just a little bit of area of community space. And the idea would be to have the public art in that area to sort of to animate that street and to create a better experience there on that corner. So we certainly think that the proposal is in compliance with our plans and policies, and we've tried to balance out all those interests. But there is no priority in the list. It just says here's a list of things that developers should consider to make applications or to make contributions to.
Great, thank you. I think this council should relook at those priorities because I think housing is an issue. I think that should be the top priority. So, and I think we should have a percentage on where at least 50% of the funds from anything go to that fund for housing, and the rest they can decide, because I think it's critical for us to get a handle on costs. So I'd like staff to have a look at that when we get a chance, and I'm hoping that developers here, they can listen for the value that we need for affordable housing in this community. And Tent City shows that, so thank you.
Okay, can we get somebody to bring, to put a motion on the floor, please? Councillor Brennan?
The recommended motions, do you want first reading?
Yes, please.
Zoning Amendment Bylaw 2018, number 4500.126, excuse me, to rezone 65 and 77 Chapel Street to allow a site-specific floor area ratio of 4.25 and a site-specific maximum building height of 78.5 meters in the Chapel Front DT5 zone, pass first reading.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Brennan, seconded by Councillor Hong. Councillor Armstrong, thank you.
Thank you. I don't have an issue with the art. I think art is well appreciated by a lot of people. I don't think it gets very much money from the community, and I think, you know, we hear lots of positive comments about the art around the place. My one question through you to staff is, I appreciate that they're doing extra spots. Will those spots be available for the retail use, or are they going to be just for residential, or do you know?
I believe that they are excess and they would be available to the tenants, the commercial tenants. There'd be excess space for that. But this was an item that came up at our committee, and the developer heard firsthand that in the community there is an interest for parking for surrounding businesses. So I think there's an opportunity to work through the allocation of parking.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brennan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Are we to have the discussion at first reading, or do you want your rule? I'm just wondering, because I do want to have some comments on this, so should I make them now?
Let's save them for second reading.
Okay.
All right, so that being said, let's call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Now, Councillor Brennan, can you move the second reading?
Yes, that zoning amendment bylaw 2018, number 4500.126, pass second reading.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Thorpe. Thank you. Councillor Brennan.
I really like this development. I think it's an area of town that's just been waiting for this kind of development. The comments from the Community Planning and Development Committee were that it was an elegant building. They were interested to note that the shadowing didn't interfere with streetscape, that the sight lines were not interfering with other people's views. They, as I said, they liked the building. The commercial part of it was really appreciated. And I, for one, really appreciate the public art. When you travel and you're going through a city and you turn a corner and there's this interesting little sculpture or a large one, it makes your city interesting, and that's like what we're striving for. We want to be a little city that kind of thinks big and acts big, and public art is a really important piece of that, and it's really important for people to see it and appreciate it, and that art isn't just something that is in a museum where you have to pay to get through the door. So I'm really in favor of it. We see it in the kind of affection that people had for the crab, for the window pane down at Sutton Maffeo, and how upset people were when the dragon was stolen. So those are really important pieces of a community's culture. And we can't say everything that enhances people's lives has to stop until we solve one problem. We need to move forward on lots of fronts. This is one of them. So I'm strongly in favor of this, and I thought I would pass on to you what the Community Planning Committee saw as benefits too.
Thank you. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. I echo the comments of Councillor Brennan on this. I really like this proposal. I think it's going to be a real benefit to our downtown. I have no problem with the high-rise. I also agree with her comments regarding the public art. I think it's important, and I think cultural vitality is one of the pillars that we have identified as important, and I think the excuse me, I think the community contribution is certainly fair, and I appreciate it. I do have one comment or question for staff, and that has to do with parking, and I think Councillor Armstrong asked a very similar question. I appreciate that this project has underground parking, more than is actually required, but I also can't help but notice that it's proposed to be built where we now have 2 public parking lots. And my concern is not for the parking for the tenants, but will we be losing too much public parking? Because I have a personal suspicion that our downtown parking is becoming very, very limited. And I just wondered if staff could comment on that through you, Chair.
Maybe I'll start and Mr. Rowe can jump in if there's wants to provide additional comment, but in general, yes. I mean, this is a large parkade that provides public parking. Of course, the difference is, unlike the other parkades in the downtown that are owned by either the city or the Nanaimo Port Authority, this is privately owned, and there's no requirement that the owner maintain or continue to operate parkades. And in many cases, especially surface parking, they're seen as interim use until developments come along. So there's no bylaw requirement, but I do agree with you that removing this parkade will put additional pressure on the other parkades in the downtown, and it may at some point require us to look at expansion of our public parkades in the downtown, something that we haven't done in many years, but this might be a trigger for that, yes.
So if I may, Chair, thank you very much, Mr. Lindsay. And I will be supporting the zoning amendment bylaw, but I would at some future point like to have a discussion about the need for, or the possible need for more public parking downtown. Thank you.
I just wanted to say, just in answer to your query, we always must remember that that particular parking structure that's there now was always intended to have a 10-story office building on top of it. It was built for that, engineered for that. And so we would have lost public parking spaces had a 10-story office building been put up there. So, so there's no further discussion. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And the last one, Councilor Brennan?
That council direct staff to secure the community contribution and road dedication prior to the adoption of the bylaw, should council support the bylaw at third reading.
Moved by Councilor Brennan, seconded by Councilor Thorpe. Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next one is G, Covenant Amendment Application Number CA9 at 6201 Oliver Road, to be introduced by Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you, Your Worship. In keeping with Council's policy, when there's a covenant that's applied for to be amended that was registered as part of a previous rezoning, the recommendation that it comes forward to Council, and in the case where there's significant amendments, that it goes forward to a public hearing. So in this case, there is a covenant registered on 6201 Oliver Road, which is on the corner of Oliver and Uplands. Many of the terms of the existing covenant, staff I believe are no longer relevant. There is a requirement in the existing covenant for underground parking, and that will continue. It will remain on site. But the other amendments staff are supportive of and are recommending that it now be forwarded to public hearing for input.
Thank you. Is someone prepared to move the recommendation? Oh, Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just have a question. Mr. Lindsay, is there supposed to be an opportunity provided for anybody in the audience to speak to this covenant amendment that we missed?
Oops, no, Your Worship, because we're sending it to the public hearing, anybody who has interest in the application, they're encouraged to attend the public hearing and provide input at that time.
Thank you. Is someone prepared to move the motion? Moved by Councillor Armstrong, seconded by?
Somebody second it?
Seconded by Councillor Thorpe. Any discussion? Councillor Armstrong?
No, sorry. I was
Okay.
just to move.
Thank you. Councillor Brennan?
I'm just reading where it says that the covenant amendment application is to amend the covenant in order to remove language referencing a previous development plan regarding geotechnical considerations, works, and services requirements. But what I'm interested in is tree protection, use, density, and height. Like, no, that use can't be part of the tree protection. But it is the tree protection that I'm most interested in, because we had a delegation here a couple of meetings ago. There was really, and I think that this is the place, and they were really worried about the trees that separated their property from the next one, that sort of marked the two different properties. And as I recall, we told them that that wasn't even part of the discussion, that the discussion was, Ian, or Councillor Thorpe, you might be able to help me with this, but we pretty much told them that tree protection wasn't on the discussion board. Was it a different?
Your Worship, it was nearby. It was the adjacent property immediately to the north from the subject property here. The reason that we're recommending this specific amendment be made to the covenant is the wording in the covenant predates our existing tree bylaw. So we have a case here where the legislation is caught up to what we were trying to secure by covenant previously. So our bylaws that are in place today meet or beat the restrictions that were put in the covenant, and that's why we're recommending that.
Okay, thank you. That clarifies it.
Thank you very much. No further speakers. We'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next one. Liquor license application number LA 000131 at 100 Port Drive. Mr.
Worship,
Lindsay.
I'm going to declare conflict, if I may. Thank you.
Thank you.
Because I have a liquor license.
Thank you, Your Worship. We're here this evening seeking Council's direction with respect to this request for a liquor license application, and if Council is supportive, Council's recommendation to the Liquor and Cannabis Regulation Branch to approve the permit. Council has seen this application previously. It came before you for an introductory report, and at that time we outlined the intent was for Helijet passengers. The service was from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. maximum hours. Since that time, we've gone out and done the public consultation. You have a letter from the RCMP supportive of the application. You also have letters of support from the Nanaimo Port Authority and Western Forest Products, which are the two, I guess the property owner and the adjacent tenant, both support of the application.
Move, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Move it.
I'm awake.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Yocum and seconded by Councillor Brennan. We'll take that one. Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, call question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. So the next one, Councillor Hong, you might as well stay out for it. It's another liquor license application.
So I'll declare conflict first.
Okay. Mr. Lindsay, it's liquor license application number LA 000132 at Unit 101A at 2046 Boxwood Road.
Your Worship, I'd like to declare a conflict in this one because I would like to
Thank
miss
you.
this as well. Thank you.
Harley, wake up.
So, Your Worship, this is somewhat of an unusual application. I don't believe Council's seen one like this in the past. The province allows for liquor manufacturers to apply for an endorsement, it's called a picnic endorsement, which allows them, if you're visiting their establishment and you purchase a sample, that you can actually take it outside. It's not a serviced area, that there's no service being provided to that area, but you can take the drink outside and in this case, sit at a picnic table outside of the building. It does not require a formal resolution from council and in fact only requires a letter of support from the local government saying it complies with zoning. Given the unusual nature of the request and that we have not seen one like this before, we've brought it forward to council and we're recommending that council authorize myself as the director to notify the branch that we're supportive of the picnic endorsement on the subject property.
Thank you very much. Is someone prepared to move the recommendation? Moved by Councillor Thorpe. Seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Councillor Hong, thank you. Next one, development permit application number DP 1032 at 119 Halliburton Street, to be introduced by Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is an application that some members of council may recall or be familiar with. It was originally a development permit very similar to this was granted in 2015. As noted in the summary, it is for a 36-unit condominium on the subject property. There are 4 variances that are being requested as part of the form and character DP, and the one I would like to note is the height variance, which is from 14 to 16.1 meters. And maybe if I can ask if page 221 in the agenda be brought up, I think it would be helpful with this discussion. Maybe somewhat difficult, but the maximum height, so the red bar at the left, the bottom side identifies the maximum height under the bylaw, and then the height variance that's being requested is partly for the building, but the majority of it is for an actual railing system that's on the roof for the rooftop gardens, which is actually set well back from the front face of the building. So I think on the surface it looks like a large variance, but the majority of it is actually for that railing system, which again, because it's set back from the edge of the building, would not actually be visible from the adjacent street.
Thank you very much. Is someone prepared to move the recommendation? Moved by Councillor Brennan and seconded by Councillor Yocum. Thank you. Discussion. Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next one, development permit application DP 1096 at 1217 Manzanita Place. Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you, Worship. As noted, this is a development permit application for 9 residential units. I would note there's also a height variance in here from 7 meters to 10.8 meters. And that is for, just to be clear, that's for 2 of the 9 buildings. There's actually a table on page 238 of your agenda which outlines the variances as they apply to each building. And you can see on the majority of the buildings, the height variance is substantially less. On units 1 and 2, there's a larger variance because there's a natural depression in the site. This is a site that does have some relatively steep portions, and because of the way we calculate grade, a variance is required. And staff are supportive of the variances and believe that it does does not result in buildings that are out of character or negatively impact the neighboring properties.
Thank you. Is someone prepared to move the recommendation?
Move the recommendation.
Moved by Councillor Thorpe, seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, call a question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next one is development permit application number DP 1109 at 940 Hecate Street, to be introduced by Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you, Your Worship. This development permit is specifically to allow for an addition to the rear of the existing seniors facility to allow for a below-grade kitchen, which will provide additional services to the building. The development permit was issued a number of years ago and had a very similar variance as to what is being requested here this evening, but the kitchen is actually a new addition. The watercourse itself is not subject to the riparian area regulations. It's a seasonally wetted area or ephemeral marsh, and it's dry for a good portion of the year. However, it does have some environmental benefits, and as part of this variance, the applicants are proposing to do some remediation to ensure that the environmental values are maintained.
Thank you. Is someone prepared to move the recommendation? Moved by Councillor Armstrong. Seconded by Councillor Hong. Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next one, development permit number DP 1058, development variance permit for DVP 317 at 3715 Lagoon Road. Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you, Worship. And as noted, there's both a development permit for a watercourse setback, but also unrelated development variance permits request. In general terms, this is an odd-shaped property. Historical subdivision has resulted in this property, which I would describe as having its front door on the waterfront, and the only existing access is down what we traditionally call basically the side property line. Thank you. The image is on the screen behind you. The applicant is asking for some variances in order to allow for a revised building footprint on the subject property to allow for the redevelopment of the site. I know that the applicants are in attendance and are prepared to speak to council as part of the development variance permit requests for submissions.
Thank you very much. I know Ms. Gurry is expecting a test that's about to happen, and that is, it's requested that council hear anyone wishing to speak with respect to DVP 317 at 3715 Lagoon Road. Good evening.
Brian Henning. I'm the applicant, Williamson and Associates, 3088 Barons Road. This application is regarding the residents at the end of Lagoon Road, as Mr. Lindsay pointed out, fronting the ocean where Piper's Lagoon connects to the Strait of Georgia. There's a park across the road, a residence to the south, and a vacant residential lot to the west. The existing home was originally built for the Piper family in 1951 or 52. The house is orientated with the front facing the water and the rear yard opposite to that facing south. The application is to create building setbacks which reflect the existing occupation and use of the land. The occupation and grading of the land fits having the ocean being the front yard, the rear yard to the south, and the west being a side property line. And it's illustrated on the plans in the agenda package. Our request is to define the setbacks as follows. The oceanfront being the front yard and set to 8.4 meters, which is the edge of the existing deck on the home. The south being the rear yard with a 7.5 meter setback, and the west being the side yard with a 1.5 meter setback. The southern area contains 2 mature Gary oak trees. We believe these new yards reflect the historic use and the grading of the land and will make the zoning bylaw fit the land rather than forcing the land to fit the bylaw. Well, the house can be maintained and restored in its nonconformity. The owners wish to have the assurance that any upgrades or improvements are protected by having the building setbacks reflect where the improvements are currently located. The current aquatic setback from the ocean is 15 meters, which reflects the community's desire to protect the land adjacent to the foreshore. On this lot, there's a concrete seawall along the natural boundary which supports the filled grass front yard area. The application requests a variance to the setback which reflects the distance from the natural boundary to the existing deck. In consideration of this variance, we will firstly be removing the seawall, replanting the front yard area with native plants to reflect the natural landscape, and secondly, protecting the Garry Oak Meadow in the southerly portion of the property by removing invasive plants and replanting with native species. With the variances to the setbacks, it in general allows a house or a new house to be built or rebuilt in the same location, lessening the impact on the land and the neighbors. We would respectfully request a development permit with variances for the redesignation of the yards and setbacks as shown on our proposed setback plan. In recognition of these variances and the aquatic development permit, we propose to remove the seawall, replant the oceanfront area, enhance the existing rear yard Garry Oak. With these redesignations, the existing yard areas will be brought into conformation with the bylaw and reflect the initial lot structure when the home was built. It provides the owner security and comfort to move forward with either building improvements or replacement, and recreates a natural environment within the aquatic area, enhances and preserves the Garry Oak areas in the southerly boundary. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
And Mrs. Victoria Drakeford is here, and she will talk to the Green Shores portion of it.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Victoria Drakeford. I'm the landscape architect on the project, 236 Pine Street. I just wanted to add about the Green Shores. It's an initiative that provides ecologically friendly solutions to shoreline developments and design, and it's really, really unusual. I've been practicing for a while, and so it's very exciting to be working on this project because removing the seawall is not something that waterfront owners typically do, and so it's kind of huge. It's a big deal, and so what that does is restore the natural wave action and allows sediments to do what it really wants to do. And here, because the property to the north is natural and there's no seawalls, and to the right there's a beach, it's kind of a contiguous shoreline, so it's not just an isolated area, it can actually be a natural seafront. So we'll be reintroducing a lot of natural species that are reflected over in on Pipers. So it's not isolated. So it's for habitat values and that sort of thing. It's very important. So I just wanted to add that part of it. And of course the Garry Oaks there are magnificent, and we are kind of on the northern fringe of the Garry Oak ecosystem, and so we can keep adding the bulbs and the meadows that go with that. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any questions.
I have a question.
Oh, Councillor Brennan.
Of Ms. Drakeford.
Question for you, ma'am.
Yeah.
She was a little late in pushing her button.
Sorry. I'm not sure why you don't move the house back.
Well, I'm not sure if I'm the person to answer that. From an ecological point of view, if you move the house back, there are big Garry Oaks right along that property line, and so you'll impact the roots because, of course, they go miles, right? So, and if you just use the drip line, then that drip line is right where the house is right now. So that's from an ecological standpoint, that's why.
It's from the ecological standpoint that I'm asking it.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, so that's really because if you start pushing them back, you impact those roots, and then that'll impact the tree and probably destroy that, definitely severely impact it.
Okay.
Yeah, and they're big Garry Oaks, they're gorgeous, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions for this delegation? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Anyone else wishing to speak to DVP 317?
Yes, hello, we're Rod and Lynn Simpson, 3700 Polaris. We are the neighbors to the back of the property. We have good neighbors and they have good intentions. They like to protect the lagoon as we do. We love where we live, and the present situation we truly enjoy. If they cannot be satisfied tonight, their remaining options are to basically build with what's remaining back towards our place. It will affect our view.
Our trees.
And it will affect our enjoyment, and we also share in those giant oak trees as they are half of our yard. And we really want to protect all of that. Self-interest, yes, but these are good neighbors and good people. And the original Piper House was there first, I believe, and I think a lot of these boundaries and setbacks and such came to the house. The house didn't get built over them, and I think that's important. So we support this completely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak to DVP 317 at 3715 Lagoon Road? The second time and the third and final time. Seeing none, is someone prepared to move the recommendation? Moved by Councillor Hong and seconded by Councillor Thorpe. Thank you. Councillor Thorpe, you wish to speak to it?
Yes, I do, Chair. Thank you very much. I do support this. I'm familiar somewhat with the Green Shores initiative, and I think it's wonderful. I'm also very familiar with this property and spent many hours there as a youth, and I know those oak trees. And I think this will in no way harm the property or the natural beauty of that area. So I do support it, and I think Mrs. Piper would support it as well. Thank you.
Thank you. That being said, it's been moved and seconded. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. So before we move on, can we get a motion to go beyond the hour of 11 o'clock? Moved by Councillor Armstrong, seconded by Councillor Thorpe. The only reason I ask that question is because we're almost there, and I'm not sure if anybody in the audience realizes that council's been here since 1 o'clock this afternoon. So thank you very much. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next item is development variance permit number DVP 356 at 703 Hackett Street. Thank you. Moved and seconded. However, we request that council hear anyone wishing to speak with respect to DVP 356 at 703 Hackett Street. And for the second time. And for the third and final time. Seeing none, can I accept the motion as it's moved already, Ms. Curry? Thank you. It's been moved and seconded, a little prematurely, but has been. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next one. Development variance permit number DVP 358 at 4461 Wellington Road. To be introduced by Mr. Dale Lindsay.
You didn't let me talk on the last one, so I thought you were cutting off my mic for the rest of the night.
Now you're pouting.
Your Worship, this is just a development variance permit for the subject property to allow for the construction or legalization of a carport.
Thank you very much. It's requested that council hear anyone wishing to speak with respect to DVP 358 at 4461 Wellington Road. This is Wellington Road.
Your Worship, I'm sorry, I confused things because you got me off track. The Wellington Road one is actually for, I got ahead of myself, it's actually for a variance related to minimum lot frontage requirements for 4 lots in a proposed 37 lot subdivision. Sorry, my apologies.
Obviously, we don't pay any attention to what you say anyway. Sir.
I'm the applicant on this one as well. I'm here tonight as the owner. Mike Plavtek would usually be attending, but he and his wife just had their third child. So I'm here to ask questions, and everyone's doing well.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to DVP 358 at 4461 Wellington Road? And for the third time. Seeing none, Councillor Armstrong.
Move the motion.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Thorpe. Thank you. Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Next one. Development variance permit number DVP 359 at 380 5th Street. Mr. Lindsay.
Your Worship, this is in fact the application related to a request for variances in order to allow for the construction of a carport and legalize the siting of the existing home.
Thank you very much. It's requested that council hear anyone wishing to speak with respect to DVP 359 at 380 5th Street. All of you folks have been very patient tonight. I hope it's been entertaining.
I'm Gary Pearson, the owner of 385th Street. I just wanted to make myself available if there was any questions.
Thank you. Seeing none, I'm going to call for the second time anyone wishing to speak to this DVP at 380 5th Street. And for the third time, seeing none, you're free to go, sir. Moved by Councillor Yoakum, seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next one, development variance permit application number DVP 356 at 4285 Jingle Pot Road. Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is a development variance permit request for a lot variance for one lot in a proposed 8-lot subdivision.
Thank you. It's requested that council hear anyone wishing to speak with respect to DVP 356 at 4285 Jingle Pot Road. And for the second time, and for the third and final time. Seeing no one, someone prepared to move the motion. Thank you very much. Moved by Councillor Thorpe, seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And for the very patient people in the very back row. This is about 4 inches? Okay, to be introduced by Mr. Lindsay.
Your Worship, I think you've heard a summary from the gallery, but it's for an accessory building that was built slightly over height and requesting a variance in order for allow it to be retained.
Thank you very much. It's requested that council hear anyone wishing to speak with respect to DVP 360 at 422 Howard Avenue. No, you don't have to speak. It's only about 4 inches, you know. For the second time, anyone wishing to speak to DVP 360 at 422 Howard Avenue. And third and final. Seeing none, move the motion. Councillor Armstrong, seconded by Councillor Yoakum. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Okay. Next one, on bylaws with no accompanying report. Official Community Plan Amendment bylaw number 6500.039. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. I'll move that official community plan amendment bylaw 2018 number 6500.039 to include the hospital area plan as an amendment to the official community plan be adopted.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Thank you. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion, Councillor Brennan is opposed.
No, it wasn't. I just had to pull my hand down.
Oh. Okay, so will the clerk show, thank you, that it was passed unanimously. Next one, zoning amendment bylaw number 2018 at 4500.1.23 or 0.123. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'll move that zoning amendment bylaw 2018, number 4500.213, to rezone the subject property at 580 St. Andrews Street from single-dwelling residential R1 to single-dwelling residential small lot R2 be adopted.
Thank you. Is there a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Hong.
Your worship, just to be sure that it is .213 and not 123, which is what my annotated said. So I just want to check the actual agenda to make sure that that was stated properly. Yeah.
We've got 1, 2, 3 in both locations.
Okay, so if Councillor Thorpe could just correct that, because he said 213 or something, I don't know.
So, just to be clear then, it's zoning amendment bylaw 2018, number 4500.213?
123.
Is that not what I said?
No, it's 123.
Okay, what time is it?
It's 123. 123. No, it's 123.
I heard you say
He
213.
did say
Okay,
213.
here, I'll try it
He did.
again.
He did, he said it again.
I will move that zoning amendment bylaw 2018, number 4500.123, to rezone the subject property at 580 St. Andrews Street from single-dwelling residential R1 to single-dwelling residential small lot R2 be adopted.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Next one, Councillor Thorpe.
I'm going to be very careful. I'll move that zoning amendment bylaw 2018, number 4500.125, to rezone 215 Sabiston Street from single, spelling mistake, dwelling residential R1 to townhouse residential R6 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
Motion to adjourn?
No. We have question period.
Oh. You don't have to do question period. I can motion to adjourn.
Oh, it's not even 11.
Okay. So we have Dorothy Houghton under 10B.
Hi, and that's under the cannabis zoning regulation. What I was wondering is if there was anyone here on council that had attended any of the cannabis task force meetings.
No.
That's a no from everyone? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The next one is Mr. Bill Manners under 10A.
Mayor and Council, I'll be real quick. Tonight, we saw the adoption of 3 readings of the smoking regulation bylaw. Councillor Beswick brought up signage. My question tonight is, will we see an increase in enforcement of our smoking bylaw, or will we stay with the status quo of non-enforcement?
On the non-enforcement? Did you say on the non-enforcement?
Currently, we don't have any enforcement in many of our parks where the signs are. I know that there's one instance that you're aware of where it was mentioned to the person smoking to leave the park.
Yes.
But we are coming out with a new bylaw, so are we going to increase our enforcement of that bylaw, or is it just a bylaw that's going to be there?
Well, I can tell you that we have not had any discussions about We've not had any discussions about increasing manpower in our bylaw enforcement group. This is another bylaw that would be for another place, another time, perhaps at budget.
Thank you for that answer. Perhaps it could be suggested that we get an increase in the number of bylaws officers.
And every year when we have snow and people want an army of bylaw officers out there enforcing shoveling of sidewalks, I feel your pain.
Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Motion to adjourn, seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.